Hey, party people. Sorry about the delay in service. Definitely had to, I guess, get onto a rhythm. Lots of stuff that was in the manifesting timeline finally came to. And it started to move. So let's go ahead and dive in and get the show on the road. That part.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, y'all. How are my fave peoples doing in this dark moon? Oh my god, this Taurus new moon's like just brought so much manifestation into like manifesting. Your girl was late getting to class, y'all. Forgive me. Oh my god. My week has been a week of manifesting. Like I feel like there's just been so many things that has just been delayed. Hey everybody. Lady Empress. Hey Queen. How are you doing? Rika. Hey. Smoradina. How you doing, girl? Hey Chaley. I'm gonna break down the week, girl. Trust me, it's been a week. Hey SK. Guys, it has definitely been a week. So the build up to this Taurus new moon that we have tonight was definitely, I want to say intense, because I feel like the Scorpio full moon kind of just like cleared some things out to make way for like all the things that's about to thing in this Taurus new moon energy. That's just like, right, this is what we're doing. It's just this Taurus energy is very final, right? It's a very final sort of energy. So I have been optimizing. So all the timelines that I've been manifesting, as far as the work situation, obviously I did a sort of like a bit of a shift and transition there. I'm optimized on that timeline now. To the point where I'm juggling. I'm definitely in my Two of Pentacles energy. Okay, juggling, adapting, prioritizing. There was a lot of that throughout this week. It was like the universe was just really sort of like questioning me. You say you want it, how bad do you want it? This is what it looks like. It was a whole lot. I'm glad to see you guys as well. It lets me know the week is over, y'all, and I survived. Snaps for us, y'all. I hope you guys' week was good as well. Because even though I say all of like the movements and the, constantly just catching all these blessings, it was a good week. I can't like I had oh my y'all, I had dance class yesterday and my leg is tight. It's tight at the bottom. Like my calf muscles are really, really tight. But I even optimized in that class as well. When I went to my first class, my little dance personality, she was shy. She hadn't like shown herself to people. Like usually I dance in my house and I do interpretive dancing. So I let my emotions speak and I then utilize that to manifest. So that's usually the space. But this week I was out here and I was getting with it. I barely kept up with it, but I was better than I was last week. I at least had play for y'all. So it was good. It was good. I think obviously moving into these energies, I almost cancelled our little date night tonight as well, guys. I'm not gonna lie, because like the manifesting came in even today. There was just so much. It was like building up for this Taurus new moon energy. But the manifesting at the minute is really, really nice, solid. Hey, Sammy girl. Welcome to the room. Hey, Ash. Dang. Welcome to the room, everybody. Sorry, I'm like getting all the decks together because you know, guys, how this goes. It's a whole setup out here in these YouTube streets when we get to talking because we need to go into details and put things into context, right? We need the context of everything, always, because then we know how to respond, right? Or react. It depends on what type of situation. So, everybody, I hope you guys are doing good. Love that. Oh, Kayla. Oh, my belly felt sad for you, Kayla. Stick around. There may be somebody who actually misses their opportunity on the free list. It's just the way that the process kind of like works. And then also, I'll see where I'm at by the time we get to the end of the night. I am on a timeline tonight, guys. So your girl's going to be moving through the space. I'm going to be doing what I can, but I'm definitely. Oh, don't tell me that we're doing this again. I dealt with the same issue last time. The cycle is manifesting. So what I did last time is that I put the thing to go live. Charlie, I'm in a different time zone to even skip my. Okay. Oh, look at us dealing with some Scorpio full moon energy, right? There's a lot of boundaries from that moon. And then also the Taurus new moon energy now is going to be like really clarifying anything where there's any distortion still. So interesting, Reka. Good on you for utilizing your voice, Mama. Don't know if I fully grasp and understand what the issue is, but my dyslexic mind's going to work it out in a minute. Bear with me. I'm about to come down into like this space because I've literally just been navigating through a bunch of other spaces. So give me a second. I think you were saying that you were behind Sammy. So Chaley actually got removed from the original list. So I think that that's what the discrepancy is here. She actually got removed from the original list that was on. And then that kind of like, I guess, made room and space for yourself. So I told her she's definitely going to be able to get read, regardless of the situation. Yeah. Time zone. I'm going to be going through the process of things as quickly, I guess, as I can. So yeah. I know that that's a little bit of a tricky situation. Maybe ask Chaley if she don't mind going after yourself. But I'm going to be going through the process because I'm also on a timeline as well. That's now the new, I guess, dynamic that we're dealing with as well with this Taurus new moon energy. It's like really, okay, how are you going to utilize time? Because there's all this manifesting to take place. Good that you're going to be sticking around, Kayla. I think, yeah, there you go. Okay, so Rika, Chaley's going to sort of go after you, and then we're good, right? We good? No, ma'am, nobody removed her. I was clearing after Sam, but it's all right. No. So the original list, before the list that is present now, because I think that was one of the things that Chaley actually sort of reached out to me and asked why she was not necessarily where she was before previously on the list. I don't know necessarily what happened there, but we gonna be keeping it cute always because you guys are like my day one and Chaley's literally here on everything that I do in general. So I have to look out for her, man. No offense, obviously you guys coming to get your free readings, but she's here for everything. She helps out in the moderating side of things as well. So I had to hook her up. Because of the time zones, I'm going to get my first read. I subscribed a couple of weeks ago. Oh, SK, I'm glad to have you in. Do you know what? It was funny because you came to the forefront of my consciousness, SK. There was something about SK. So I guess that you managed to do what you was trying to manifest with the situation, right? Um, hey, grateful queen, how you doing? Oh, y'all. Listen, yeah, I did, SK, about you. About you. It was like, I guess your guides was kind of like letting me know to be open to the space as far as like whatever question it is that you do have in mind. So it'll be interesting because I think that they want to be able to provide you with the clarity that you've been asking about because they wanted to clear my mind, basically. I think that that was the conversation that they were having with me beforehand. So I guess it's no surprise that you're sort of first on the list in that case. Yeah, YouTube still hasn't notified me, Ariana. I'm still waiting for my notification to pop up out here, girl. Sometimes I'm like literally on live. Oh, Shaylee says, I hope my dinner went well. Listen, I am moving so quick that I'm literally just having to adapt to so many different like rhythms. It is unreal. Thank God that I'm a Piscean. That's all I can say. I have just been like, mm. Oh, I can't with you guys. Oh, yo, Chimone. Uh, I didn't know you were going live today at all. Yes, girl. It was on the community tab. I popped the post out last night. I was surprised that I actually even managed to do that. Yeah, exactly. You know how this worked by now. We will. Oh no. Oh, yo, look at that. Yeah, let's, we're gonna put some love on that because that's how love flows. You know what I mean? Love flows. So I'm glad to see that we've like resolved whatever conflict was kind of like brewing in this space. Thank you, Scorpio full moon. We're exercising our voice and utilizing our ability to set effective boundaries respectfully, right? Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, Ariana. You know anything. Oh no, there's no ruin. There's no ruin. There's no ruin. Honestly, it's just one of those things. We're constantly in class. Trust me. I'm now in class to see, oh, how do you manage conflict externally? And I'm like, conflict is conflict, man. Shit, sometimes shit just has to be ironed out. I think that that's definitely what the actual that's definitely what not only the Scorpio full moon energy has taught me, but also as far as like the Taurus new moon is also teaching me because it's been pulling me in since the last like 72 hours. And I was like, okay, okay, I'm gonna have to do some stuff, right? Um, Oh, thank you, Grateful Queen. I appreciate you. Do you know what, guys? I actually said to you guys that I'm going to be, I know, sidebar. Okay, give me the first 15 minutes to get some stuff out. You guys know that I talk a lot. It's a defect, but God uses it as a strength. Okay. So, I actually, I said to you guys that I was going to be making an announcement in the Wednesday show. Obviously, today, obviously I've been working on the stuff for the Uganda project that I'm working on out there, and then on the weekend I met up with an old sister. I used to do lives on my Instagram with her, actually, Soul Paradise. Check her out as well on her YouTube. She does like readings for twin flames. And when I aligned with her, clearly our paths were like, how God knows how to align everyone accordingly. But that project is really coming into alignment. She's got a project that's actually going on in Uganda. We were none the wiser about what was going on in each other's spaces. So that's really manifesting. We're actually going to be sort of going out there. So a lot of the, you guys don't know this, but the funds that you guys actually sort of like provide for donations, I actually sort of like plug that back into my business to do charity work. I pay school fees, I guess, in Uganda. I intend to actually open my own school out there. not my own school, but actually like teach information that they don't teach in schools, because I think that there's certain information that we actually need to be teaching. So thank you guys for actually all the support that you've given thus far in terms of your donations, because we've got like a couple of kids that we've got to sort of get them ready for school for next term. And then also we actually have a project that we're doing for menstruation journal, because believe it or not, the most basic needs out there are actually really difficult for young women. So we're actually going to provide an opportunity for them to get the things that they need at a price that is actually feasible for them as well. But yeah. Oh, you guys are gonna make me cry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get emotional. This is an old seed. Sorry. Whoa. So this is an old seed, like an old seed, as far as like just wanting to be able to bring people together. So to be on the manifestation of the timeline of that, I think my spirit's just like resting in the appreciation. I would apologize for crying, but I cry a lot. So just get used to it, y'all. Pisces in that. But no, seriously, like seeing the full circle of this manifestation really just like touched my whole heart. So I had to get emotional about that. Because I actually, you know, when you're like doing things, but you don't take a minute to stop and like take it in. But I think as I just spoke about it and seeing that it's actually manifesting, and I'm on the timeline of that, and like that dream to like help others is like actually, it's a whole thing, and like I'm actually doing it. I think that that realization just set in, and it was like, whoa, whoa, oh guys, my little heart. Sorry, y'all, but I do cry a lot. And the Scorpio full moon as well has definitely been out here sort of like inspiring your girl to just release. But yeah. No, but definitely, like, thank you guys for your donations so far. We are doing stuff. We're kind of like, you know, building towards the vision, because this all just came together from people wanting to be able to like help each other. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, trust me. Literally, I'm like, wow. But this was like, I think I was like trying to hold that in, but it was like, you know, girl, I cried today earlier, like at some, like I laughed so much, I cried. I love this like experience of crying that I'm having with the Scorpio full moon, because I think I set the intention to cry happy tears, basically. And I've just been getting like all of these experiences of like happy experiences of like release, which has just been so nice, actually, because I knew that the Scorpio full moon was going to be taking me through a release, but I wanted it to be like such a happy experience. And even just this moment again was just a moment of joy realized in my heart. Like my heart was just realizing the manifestation of something that it intended. So thank you guys for actually sharing that space with me. Snap. Now let's get into it, y'all. What is the list? Dun, dun, dun. Let's get into it. Okay. Right. Where is the, okay, here we go. Let me star that so that I can always go back to it, because I'm getting better at learning how to do this stuff, right? SK, beautiful. If you are in the building still after my little meltdown, hit me with your question. Oh, thank you, Lady Empress. Oh, dude. Oh. Hey, J7. Yeah, thank you, SK. Thank you for letting me know. J7. Yeah, the list is closed. The free list is closed, my love. You'll have to tune in next week. Look, SK, had to tune in like 3 weeks in a row before she was able to optimize and manifest onto the timeline to get in here. So you got to get in here like quick and fast when I put these like posts out, unfortunately. But yes, we're going to kickstart with SK because SK did her thing to be able to kind of like get onto the timeline. So we love that. Snaps for that. We love a good work. Like, oh, my bad. And they corrected me on that as well when I said it. So thank you. They did. They corrected me as well when I said it. They were like, yeah, don't be so assumptive. How do you know that? But yes, thank you for confirming. Forgive me for my assumption. Okay. And I think that this is why they were actually having a conversation with me as well about like you SK versus not to be confused with my SK, because I know an SK initials wise. This will be my first read as well. Oh, dang, Lady Empress. Listen, can we get a snap for everybody that actually made it onto the timeline tonight? Like, seriously, no, some serious stuff, because I know what it's like, okay, in manifesting and having to kind of like go through a few cycles to actually get to where you're trying to be, okay? That's okay, Grateful Queen. Take your time. You're good. Lady Empress, I think you said you donated as well, didn't you? So you actually get to be moved onto, right? They got onto the timeline, Shaylee. Hey, Mina. Happy Friday, KT. That's what's up, right? That Friday vibe, because I'm like, my energy feels extra like, ooh, today. But it's because I know that like it's chill zone tomorrow. So there's more energy basically to work with. SK posted that question. So I'm going to go into SK's question and then I'm going to come back into the chat because the chat's getting busy. But I think, let me check my stuff for the donations. And then I can sort of let you guys know as far as the list stuff, right? Let's do that. And then I can dive into the reading. Right. Yep. We've got Grateful Queen. She did donate. Thank you so much, Mama. Honestly, like it's just, oh, I just cried as well, Mina. All is well. I just cried on live. But I do that anyways. I cry everywhere I go sometimes. I just can't help myself. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do SK's question and then I'm gonna come back to Grateful Queen because she did donate, and then we're gonna dive into the chat of it all, right? We're gonna get into it. Okay. Let's see. Sorry. Sorry, SK. I just kind of have to. I'm getting downloads upon down. Do you know what happened to me the other day? Not even the other day, yesterday. So just gonna have a quick share, guys. Don't worry. I do this, SK. This is probably why it takes so long for me to actually get into the reads. But I had a situation yesterday where a guy was actually sending me a download. He was in the thingy above me. He was in the car above me, and he was sending me a download, and my ear was burning. And I said to my partner, I was like, somebody's trying to speak to me, but they're vibrating lower than the angels. Like I can tell that they're trying to say something, but I can't hear them. It's like I can't get what it is that they're trying to say through. And then when we got like side by side to each other, he was like, oh, your lights were basically blinding me. I was asking you to put your lights off. And I was like, oh, that was you. I couldn't get your download. But my ear was burning so badly. That was such a very, very interesting situation to sort of be in as well. But that was nice to know that basically it just kind of confirmed what I was sort of speaking to you guys basically about our download transference and stuff. We do also pick up on each other's thoughts as well. It's a different frequency because I couldn't hear him because I'm usually tuned into my guides channel when it comes to like listening or other people's emotions. Those are the two channels that I generally move through. So I couldn't hear him. Whatever anger or frustration he was feeling, like I wasn't there. So it was unfortunate, but yeah. I hate seeing myself cry. It makes me want to cry even more. Yeah. Do you know what? It's funny because I used to I used to, but then I got to a point where I'd cry and then laugh, and then like I just go through so many emotions so quickly that I don't know, I'll be crying and then laughing at the same time. Yeah, it just got weird after a while. Sorry, Jenny, you weren't added in my list. Which spot you on there? I will add you up. Oh yes. Oh sorry, we're still navigating through some of that. Sorry, guys, we're still sorting the list out, but we're going to go to SK's reading, right? Because SK took 3 attempts to sort of get into the space. Now, SK wants to know how Niharika Taluja feeling about me. We're in no contact. She's Scorpio and I'm Sag. Thank you for, I guess, the indication of the dynamics, the variables basically at play. Interesting. Interesting. So this is a class for both of you guys about, it was interesting sort of like coming into space. It's a 7 and an 8. That's the numerology that you guys are kind of like navigating through this. So this is all about spiritual victory, bringing forth the abundance. So I think there's a little bit of indecisiveness that's kind of like going on in that space, clearly, because there's still some there's still some deception, for lack of a better way, a lack of a better way of putting it. Sorry, my mind's been moving a lot faster than my mouth in these last couple of weeks of the Mercury retrograde. So it's almost like coming out as dumb speech. But let's dive into it, guys. We want to sort of understand, how is Niharika feeling about SK? Homeboy, let us know. How? Okay, thank you. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just sort of like taking it in. Yeah, I think so. This is the thing. There's certain aspects as well. She likes you as a person, I think. But I think that there's certain aspects of both of your characters that's a little bit questionable for her. I'm going to clarify, because I told you this is about like it's interesting because I told you initially when the spread started, we had 7, 8, and now we have 9 into the mix as well. So it's all about sort of like light working. And I think that there are certain qualities, I guess, that you might have that she's not really certain about. I was speaking about the indecisiveness. That's kind of what's caused the distance, really. She's not all the way certain about you, to be fair. I think she's still kind of like pondering on whether or not that's actually something that's a good fit for her, per se. Okay, clarify. 7 of Cups here. Oh, damn, it's the whole thing. Sorry. Oh. Thank you, guys. Let me get this list started as well. Okay. So interesting. It's a whole situation, SK. It's a whole situation. Let me digest it. We've got 9 cards here, so there's a whole process, and my crown is activating. Let me just receive it. Okay. 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 Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting, because I need to sort of let you know, right? Oh, did you, Lady Empress? My bad. Sorry. I'm gonna sort of come and let you know what's going on in this space, right? Because this was funny to me. Because that's what I was seeing initially when they were putting it across to me. Where did you donate, my love? Was it on what was it called? Was it PayPal? Sorry. That's what I was trying to say, my bad. I was struggling. But what oh, I'm seeing a lot 111 PayPal. Oh, I don't have anything come through on my PayPal. Dang. I don't know if it's come through, my love, because I am not seeing it. Doesn't mean that you haven't done it. I'm gonna just try and see if there's a little bit more to the situation, because it usually sort of comes through, but I'm not sure. So what's going on with this situation, right? Because I have to get into this tea that I'm seeing here. So I'm going to log into my PayPal basically to check what was going on with this situation. SK, she went through a process of basically deciding like what safe love looks like for her, and a part of her decision making process had to do with finances and career. So I think that those were some of the shallow aspects of the situation that played a big part in her decision making process. um, I think that from what I can see with the situation, and it was interesting, I laughed because it was like they were basically saying it to me with the tarot initially when we were talking about like deception. And when I was speaking about the deception, they were basically sort of like putting a basically that's not necessary. You guys didn't have the same intentions towards each other. You guys just didn't. And the best way that I can put it to you is that you were sort of like going in for the potential of maybe country's best college. That's what's up. That's what's up. I think that, sorry, I'm logging into the, bear with me. I'm multitasking. I said I had to adapt. I didn't necessarily say I was like all the way good at it. I'm learning. Bear with me. Oh, snap. Okay, what are you guys studying? What are you studying? Firstly. Oh, there you go. There you go. Thank you. Got that. Got that, my love. And it's so interesting because it didn't come through the email, but that's why I said to you, let me go and check on PayPal. I did get the donation. Thank you, Charlie. Right? No. Okay. Now that that's sorted, Bachelor of Commerce. Oh, both of you guys. Interesting. Right. Okay. So okay. Okay. I love that. Snaps for you guys, right? We love propelling forward and actually like executing potential, right? Definitely snaps for that. So, in terms of feelings on the situation, right? That's interesting. So I think that the dynamics that you guys are going through there, clearly, career, finances, all of the variables of those situations, because that's on the past trajectory in terms of the dynamics. It didn't feel safe at the time. It felt like you guys had a lot going on. It felt like there was like a lot of chaos to the situation. When I was speaking about the deception involved in the situation, I feel like there wasn't really like speaking up about what was really sort of like going on. Like there really wasn't that. I'm not going to say that there wasn't really that open conversation. I think that there were conversations that were being had, but there was also things that were hidden, basically, in the process of the conversation dynamic. And I think that those things are potentially why there's a little bit of a separation between you guys at the minute. Because I think that, I guess, if those conversations were really sort of like being had ultimately, they would actually it would allow for you guys to kind of like come a little bit closer together, right? So now some of the aspects of the situation, there's definitely an attraction there, right? I think that the separation that you're kind of like navigating through isn't necessarily because there isn't like chemistry that's there. I think there's other aspects to the situation where there's just a lot of sensitivities around certain things. I think that there's some dissatisfaction on her end when it comes to certain things. There's certain things that she's not potentially they're not potentially happy with, basically. It seems to be a little bit like they don't have the capacity to be able to kind of like engage at the minute. And that's what seems to be throwing them off. Like they feel like you're a little bit of a temptation, basically. You're a little bit of a distraction. That's it. They feel like you're a little bit of a distraction. That may be what it is, actually. It may be a little bit of a tunnel vision type situation for them. Yeah, maybe a little bit of a tunnel vision type situation for them. Oh, Daisy, the free list is closed and overflowing, my love. I'm so sorry. Closed and overflowing. My cup runneth over. Okay, serious Ace of Cups energy. But yes, I don't think, yeah, yeah. Daisy, hello, love. Sorry, the list is. Yeah, the donation list is open. So I'm going to clarify a little bit more on the situation as well, my love. SK. I think that, yeah, this is interesting. What caused the separation then? Let's get a little bit more dialogue on that, guys. Why have we got separation here? I know that obviously that was the trigger, the career finances situation, like the pressures of the career dynamics. I get that. Okay. But okay. That's what I want to know, basically. That's why I need to understand what caused the separation so I can tell you how to work through those variables. I've got you. I'm coming. Okay, guys. Separate. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. They gave me cards for like two different aspects of the situation. I think that they feel comfortable with you. I think that they feel like this is like a little bit of a true love type situation where they can sort of like be themselves, but they're at the same time a little bit cautious as well at the minute. So I'm going to like unpack the two areas that they've actually wanted to clarify to me. So she wanted to be in a committed relationship with me, but in the moment I denied her. I wanted to take things slow and I broke her trust. Thank you for answering that. Thank you for answering that because I needed to understand what caused the separation. I understood the finances and career situation being a factor, but I sensed that that wasn't what actually caused the separation. That just so happened to be a catalyst in the separation, but it wasn't what caused it. So it's interesting. Then when she left, I realized her value and thought, now I'll compromise. Okay. Thank you for sharing that with me. She definitely like thought of you, and I guess to some degree she hasn't like gotten it out of her vision that this experience for her had the potential to be like a really good true love experience where she could basically just be herself and kind of like This is why she no longer felt safe to love. This is why this card was no longer like it wasn't a safe environment. Okay, SK, I get it. I get it. You guys were kind of like navigating through emotional volatility, right? Realizing the value, not necessarily just of her in terms of what she had, but also the value of like a relationship with the right person, because that's what a true love experience can do. It can make you see, yeah, we had a fab sort of relationship. Yeah. Oh, friends with benefits. Get it. Sorry, I was slow to the game. And I think that I can understand why that gets a little bit, I guess, for a woman, obviously, because we intake energy in those types of dynamics, it's hard for a woman to kind of like say, not just a woman, because sometimes the men also as well get, caught up in the entanglement of it all. But I think with the situation, it seems as though let's go into it. Sorry, because I don't want to, because they're guiding my focus. They're bringing my focus back into the channel. Sorry, y'all. Let me go back into the space. Okay. Okay. That was an inevitable sort of situation that was being recovered anyways. I think so. This is the thing now, right? With the true love experience situation, that was something that she felt like that was developing into the potential of something like really solid. But now it's not necessarily something that she sees so much. Now she's having to break through the mental challenges of it all. She's having to break through like I guess her feeling impulsive and having to be reactive to situations. She is a little bit sort of ruthless at the minute in terms of how she's having to navigate the situation. But I think also she probably felt like some decisions were a little bit ruthless herself, in terms of like just some of the actions that you took, I guess because the action card, the ones are all about the action of it all. So the king, meaning the mature self, did something slightly less than mature, basically, is the best way that I can put that, because the career situation, that seems like that's where she's placing her energy. So she's looking to you like, okay, you are just a distraction to what's going on with that dynamic as far as like what I'm doing in terms of career and finance and all that kind of stuff. It feels like before she was willing to kind of like compromise and kind of like make space, and kind of like she had the capacity to kind of make room for you in her experience. But now it's not really a space where she's kind of wanting to engage or be playful with anything. Let's see, guys. How do you see things playing out moving forward with the situation then? Okay. Okay. How do you see things playing out? Yeah, the hot and cold. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I get you. Yeah. Will she come back? More than likely not. To be honest with you, I think that she is, I'm not going to say smart enough, but I think that she understands the value of what it is that she kind of like has at this stage, I guess. I think at one point or another she didn't, so she was right there with you. I think that that's why at one point she was also willing to kind of like compromise, with a certain standard. But I think as she kind of like grew deeper in her attachment towards you, because I can see basically that she's releasing that moving forward. She's letting that go. She's taking off the mask of pretending that she isn't necessarily her, I guess, by certain decisions that had been made. And she herself is also being impulsive, and she's impulsively moving into her healing as she kind of like navigates through the process. Basically, the forecast is looking like a stormy sort of warning for you guys moving forward. The goddess energy isn't necessarily external, it's more introverted. So there's a lot of internal work that she's going to be doing. She's going to be working on basically learning how to be able to trust her ability to make decisions and discern in partnerships, especially romantically, how to navigate through certain situations and make sure that she's kind of like, I guess, picking in accordance to what she actually wants. And I think that she's now kind of like a little bit clear on maybe what it is that she wants when it feels right. But it's also still a little bit weird because the wound is still fresh for her as well. In the sense that she's still sort of like, it's a regretful but necessary transition. So she still thinks about you. She still has sad times. When did you guys sort of, when did the separation occur? When did that timeline start? And let me know that. With the dynamic of everything that she's kind of navigating through as well, there's definitely lack of closure for both of you guys. And it's not even just her, but I think also for yourself as well. Coming into this realization of the loss, it's going to be quite a bit. Yeah. See, that's hard to do when you're like seeing all the time, how to be able to sort of like get that person out of your system when it's a constant reminder. It becomes a little bit of a challenge. I think that she's kind of really focusing on it herself, if I'm honest. What's your advice, I guess, to SK then? Why didn't you go to college, SK? Why didn't you go in? How are you feeling? Were you processing everything as well? Show me. What is the advice for SK? Okay. 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 So I'll see her soon. IG. I started going to the college. I was taking my time off. I hear you on that. I hear you on that. One of the things, okay, so when I asked, like, what's the advice for you in terms of navigating through the situation, the card that came out was if you believe, right? And I was like, okay, well, go into some details, like put it into context. If you believe within the next couple of weeks, it's not necessarily about asking the angels. You're going to be getting more information on the situation. The health of everything's actually been improving. There is the potential of a peaceful resolution. I don't think that you guys would be able to get back into anything romantically straight off the bat. I think it's more of a situation of keeping an open mind about a friendship dynamic. I think that I don't know if she's like, I don't know that she's healed to be able to kind of like let you back into her space, romantically speaking, because I think it scarred her a little bit. And I think that that's why she's a little bit kind of like defensive with the situation as well. I kind of want to say that it was unexpected, but I think also at the same time, one of the things that they're saying is it has to be taken into consideration as well that there wasn't like a official sort of like agreement as far as like, oh, this is exclusively what the situation was. So I think that that works, I guess, in your favor in terms of how things may potentially be playing out moving into the space and situation. But I think that when you as you kind of move through the next couple of weeks, 2 to 2.5 weeks, you're going to get a little bit more information about that situation. You're going to get some details on what the actual resolution to the situation is, because I think she feels hurt, yes, But I think that it's almost like the universe is going to be showing her at the same time that there wasn't really that commitment. So the hurt, the level of hurt almost isn't justified, but it's like, okay, stop narrating the story from this perspective. Like, this is her lesson, basically. Stop narrating the story from this perspective, because it's kind of like ensuing another level of hurt onto you and into you. It's like causing this infestation, right? And as she's kind of like navigating through the process of that, the universe is kind of saying to her, okay, what you need to do, yeah, exactly that. I think the universe is almost saying to her, what you need to do is to be able to kind of like allow for yourself to see what you did in the situation as well, because I think the universe is kind of like giving her an opportunity to see how she made these decisions, so that she can learn how to understand why it was necessary for her to even sit the class with you, because I think both of you guys were really learning some things in your romance class together, right? I think that she was really learning how, you was obviously sort of like learning how to be able to identify her value, but also identifying that those are like, when you can see her value, you can also identify your own values as well, because you thought that you didn't necessarily want anything serious, but with the right person you could make a commitment. I think that that's what she taught you in that space that you guys shared. But I think for her, her lesson in the situation was to be able to be in the space, go through the process of things that these are certain scenes that obviously we navigate through in romance classes, right? Go through some of the inevitables, basically based on certain variables in the romance class, and like as you go through the hurt, how do you narrate the story? It like, because they're saying it's almost like there's an unjustified hanging here. Like, don't get me wrong, there was wrong in terms of the way that you kind of navigated the situation. You yourself know that, right? You can clearly admit. But I think the level at which the narration of the situation is actually being told because of the hurt, that's really what I guess the universe wants her to look at, right? Really like learning how to be able to say, this is actually what it is. Not so much like the feelings are only like a part of the story, right? It's not the facts of the story, it's a part of the story. The facts of the story are the variables that were actually at play with the situation. And I think because the situation was the fact that you guys didn't necessarily have that viable commitment, that left space for these types of dynamics, and she has to own that decision herself as well. Yes, yeah, 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 100%, 100%. She also played herself wrong, 100%. But I sort of understand her POV. Yeah, 100%. And I respect her decisions, to be honest, 100%, because that's her growing. This is her growing process. You just so happen to be a part of, the experience of it all. But I think she's getting to a place where I guess she is moving through some of the resentment, and maybe she might be coming back into a little bit of a balance within this, the Scorpio full moon, Taurus new moon sort of transit that we're dealing with, because it's really sort of like bringing things back into like a firmness, if you will. So yeah, seems like things are going to be going well for you guys individually. Together, that is to be determined. There isn't really much of a compromise there, to be fair. Okay. She was too clingy, I felt, and she telling about her ex, this sort of thing, it happened to her in the past as well. So she just developed the pattern of the codependent behavior, basically. That's all. And I sort of understood why her ex, I did. As a guy point of view, I understood. I get you. I get you. I think it's just one of those things, right? I'm sure you can realize her ex's point of view because she's still navigating through some of the lessons that she didn't learn in her dynamics with her ex, with you, that part, right? So, yeah, I think the universe is also asking her to basically own the part that she played in the decision-making process of the situation. And I think once she gets to that place of ownership, she'll have a little bit more of an emotional capacity to say, okay, cool. I can speak to you now, at least maybe, in a way where I can actually face you, like really face you and let you see me. That part. Okay, so next on the list, we have our donation list. We're going to sort of go into that, and then we're going to get back to the free list, because the free list is going tonight. I know that I said that I was going to be quick, y'all, but dang, you know how it goes. I am trying my best. She said after it took her 30 minutes to even get into the first reading. I am so sorry, y'all. Okay, this is why I tell people to stick around, because when the process starts happening, you never know who's going to be here by the end. But thank you, SK, for your question. I hope that that was useful for you. And I hope I was able to give you the insight that you were sort of looking for as well. Okay. That part, my love. Right. Yeah, Grateful Queen. If you are in the chat, let's get your question going. Let me, with this last, I'm gonna cleanse the cards with the last little bit of my incense that's still left from my initial. That's what's up, Queen. That's what's up. Let's go and dive into it. Thank you, SK. Thank you for stopping into the room and making it happen. We love that. Third time's the charm. Okay. Girl, I did what you said and we talked. Okay. Update me. Okay. How did it go down? How was the conversation? And what was the resolve after the facts? That part. Oh. Mm. Okay. I can't with you, girl. Oh, snap. And I know it's because men sometimes, not all the time, and not all men, but some men are designed, unfortunately, in terms of the evolution process with the defect of communication issues. So, yeah. I know. He expressed so much that it caused a tsunami. There's so much. It's like, where do I pick out what's what? Like, okay. Yeah. There was just so much to process, my love. I can but you opened Pandora's box as well. Like when you like went to like present the conversation, actually wanting to be like an open ear as well, right? So you took it all in, and then you're kind of like, okay, let me process it. Okay. I know. And he gave you so much. I think obviously because he was like giving so much information, it was like he was giving you the assurance. And I think you were like feeling the reassurance that he was like providing on certain things, but at the same time it was almost like you hadn't managed to process that reassurance before he did or said another thing and another thing. So there's so much in there. I can understand why you're struggling to digest all of this information, right? So I got you on that part. Yeah, I can see how that's a little bit of a struggle. Right, so let's go and dive into it and see what we've got with the situation. So, Grateful Queen, guys, wants to know, how does Jason feel about her? Like, oh, okay. Oh, okay. Let's go into it. Jason's got all the feels, girl. All the feels. Oh, sorry. Okay, so a couple of things that they were showing me straight off the bat, like he looks to you like you inspire him to do certain things, and I think that he feels like he would be completely lost and scattered, I guess, without you sometimes, because you kind of you're more the persistent archetype, I guess, in the relationship dynamic to sort of like bring the balance of things in. And I think that those are some of the things that he appreciates about you, but also sometimes it can be quite overwhelming for him in navigating through, just how much strength you have to be able to push back at certain situations. And also, even for him to be able to kind of like receive your pushback in certain instances as well. It's like a lot, I guess. It's a lot to sort of like take in. Yeah. Okay. And how does he sort of feel about her, in essence? Yeah. Yeah, I think for the most part, he's kind of looking at the situation like he's not necessarily not to say that he's not like pulling his weight with the team, but I think he definitely feels like he regrets some decisions that he's not even forget decisions that he's made. He regrets some of the decisions that he's making now, but I think he also feels, I don't want to say helpless. I don't know if helpless is the word, but I feel like he feels like, okay, well, what else can I do? Right? It's like, okay, but I don't want to be making like these decisions per se, but I also feel at the same time, like, what else can I do? How else do I kind of like navigate where I am? Did he sort of like let you know that he's like dealing with like a minor? I can call it a minor depression because I don't think it's like, because depression for him could be a lot bigger. There's like a minor depression. He can handle this type of level. Did he sort of like express that to you during you guys' conversation as well? Sorry. Let's go and dive into it, guys. That was for you, beautiful. Like, did he express to you that he's dealing with a little bit of a minor depression as he's kind of like navigating through the spaces? Again, you probably are asking like, what does this have to do with you? But as far as like his feelings towards you, that depression is almost coming from a place of him feeling like he's not doing enough to be able to kind of like deserve you. Basically, it's a, oh, I don't deserve you. Yeah, he's getting a little better since last time. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's why I said that he can manage this. I don't think it's because he can have, and it's funny that I said like for him, like there's bigger depression in comparison. He has gotten a lot better since like previously before. It seems like he's starting to sort of like see a little bit more of the light at the end of the tunnel with the situation. I think for him, right? I think he feels like there's a lot of yeah, I think he feels like there's a lot of not necessarily like he's so overwhelmed sometimes that he almost takes you for granted. I think that that's one of the things that he's trying to learn how to like optimize that. So what do I mean? So basically like sometimes like just by the level of your strength and your ability to just get on with things and just the way that you move, like it's really really quite inspiring and motivational to him, and he wants to be able to get up and do more and do things and do just stuff that's going to make him feel more him again, right? Because I feel like he's been navigating through this rut for like maybe at least 7 to 8 months potentially, but it feels like whenever he's sort of like in a space with you, he feels like, okay, he might have just a little bit of something in the bank to just kind of like give to the situation. Outside of the space with you, it's almost like there's constantly the questioning, and like you're basically just, you're his confidence, pretty much. That's the best way that I can put it to you. I don't know. He wasn't always this way, though. I feel like something shifted for him. What was the big transition that transpired like almost 2 years ago? What was that? Because he wasn't always this guy, is what I'm seeing. Like there was a transition of something that transpired within like 2 years ago. They're showing me it was on the timeline over onto that space, which is when this really started to like develop as a thing. Interesting. And it started to develop from his own lack of planning with situations, to be fair. But yeah, I think for the most part, as far as like his feelings towards you, he's contemplating. He's contemplating when you're going to we went homeless together, we slept in cars and hotels. Okay. Okay. So, right. So this is because this is what I was seeing. So basically, the man that felt like the protector, the man that felt like, okay, I can provide, the man that felt like I've got this, he started to doubt himself. And it seems like he's been on this journey and on this road. And unfortunately, he's kind of like let you, I'm not going to say like take the lead on the situation, but because you're just naturally the persistent, like you are his confidence at this stage of where he's at on the journey. He's just kind of like, I don't know, he's struggling to really be able to see himself. I'm struggling to see him as well because he's so deeply wedged in under all of this like doubt and disbelief about self. It's interesting. Sorry, I'm like bending my head to see if I can see him around the corner. You guys can't see, but I'm like literally bending my head to see if I can see him around the corner because like he's covered in all of that, my love. He's covered in all of that. And I think him having navigated through it with you, he definitely has like a sense of appreciation for you and the fact that, you know, you've kind of like stuck out a few things together. He's definitely, yeah, he's thinking about the potential of future plans, but he's also like doubtful as to whether or not he's capable of being able to like execute anything and really tap into his power and potential. I think that I don't want to say that you intimidate him, but I think that his self-worth has been depleted to the point where he questions whether or not he deserves you. So I think that for him, it's been a regretful but necessary transition because I think that he feels like he's found a new level of appreciation for you, a greater level of appreciation for you. And I think it's something that he knows now, I guess, how to be able to value. But he's still struggling with his ability to kind of like make decisions on certain things moving forward just because circumstantially he's still figuring out that man, he is breaking himself down. He's wearing a lot of what he's been through, and where he's wearing it is on his emotional sleeve, which is affecting his ability to be in his one's energy, in his ability to act, his actions, right? So yeah. How did he sort of like feel after the conversation that you guys had? Let me ask you that question. Like what did he seem like to you afterwards? Because I feel like that was a really great icebreaker for him to like break off some of this stuff. Hey, Kayanat, that he's wearing, like this shell of a man that he's wearing. I think that from what I can see, that the conversation helped to kind of like now the pieces are like, you know, like when you sort of like prick at an ice block, basically. That's what that was like. You pricked at something by bringing the conversation, and now there's like a crackling that's taking place, right? There's a crackling that's taking place. How does he feel about her, Jason? I know that there's so much there, and he's like still trying to figure out whether or not he's going to be able to kind of like, yeah, I know. He's worried about self-sabotage. I do bring up his past mistakes, and he told me that hurts him, and he really wants to change. And he's okay. 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 And he's right to ask you not to bring that up, because if he's trying to change, does he have other women he's involved with? No, I think he's learned his lesson from the past. I think he's learned his lesson from the past situations that he's navigated through. I think that he is trying his best. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think that he gets like caught up in the attention of it all. So I do think that sometimes he does flirt. And I think that sometimes he basks in the attention a little bit too much, to a point where maybe you probably wouldn't be too comfortable with him like basking that deeply in it, right? But he's dealing with his own low self-esteem and his own sort of insecurity. So I think that those types of situations helps him to feel a little bit better about himself, I think, which is why he engages in those types of dynamics. Because as well, like, when I say that he's intimidated by you, like, you come across like you've got your shit together. Like, that's how he sees it. Like, it doesn't matter what you go through. Like I said, you have a spirit of persistence, and these things cannot be taught. They simply are. Do you understand? So I think for him, and it's not to say that he's not persistent, but he also has a very deep engagement at the minute with the spirit of like being defeated. He's so defeatist about the circumstances that he's kind of like navigating through. At the same time, he feels overwhelmingly challenged to the point where it's almost like, well, what's the point in me even trying? Would that even like yield any results type thing? Do you see what I'm saying? So I think it's one of those situations where he himself is basically unmotivated. If he's trying to change, my love, you can't continue to like cut him continuously with his past decisions. That's not going to help his psyche as well. Because when I was saying to you about he was like covered basically like in a shell of something else, these are projections. So if you're constantly projecting, these things have to go somewhere. They stay in the energy grid. Okay. And obviously, because we don't see, it's like emotional scars as well, because we don't see these things. We're just like, it's not a thing. It's not a thing that, you can just say these things. And girl, I'm going to tell you that I'm in the same class myself. I literally had to observe my little demon this morning, okay, who's into this cycle. Okay, you're triggered. This is what you do. This is how you navigate. I had to catch her in the midst of the situation, but I caught her too late. She had already triggered the environment from her being triggered. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to decide how you're going to sort of like navigate through situations when you feel like, oh, this is making me feel like I'm in an unsafe situation. What do I do with this emotional wound? Okay, let me go and figure out how to, oh, I'm bleeding. You know what I mean? It's one of those types of situations. That's literally how it is sometimes. Thank you for stopping into the space, Farida. Sorry, maybe sort of stop in next week or yeah, the week after. We'll see how long it takes. I do project, and I feel like my gut feeling right. Or is he really changing? The gut is right based on past situations. So you have to also understand when your body's basically triggered by past situations, and it may not necessarily be a sensor of your present reality. So you're now observing him through filters, basically, just like you filter on an Excel sheet. You're observing him through filters of his past decisions, which makes it a challenge for you to experience him as his present self, to the point where my stomach hurts and has me thinking he's cheating. Okay. Makes sense. Right. So the reason why I say that to you is because I'm gonna put this to you. Like I said to you, right? And it has to be a little bit discerning with the situation. Your spirit will pick up on certain things because, like I said, he's not like all the way shutting down certain sort of like friendly gestures, the flirty sort of like playful banter and stuff. Like he's not shutting those things down. So, like I said, there are certain things that he may be engaging with that you may not be all the way sort of like comfortable or happy with, I guess, to some degree, but it's a situation where he's doing that from a place of his insecurity. So him not feeling like he's the man that he wants to be able to be and project, is the very thing that is kind of causing him to kind of, bask in this, oh, stroke my ego, oh, say that somewhere, oh, like it's one of those types of situations, right? And then also you've got to bear in mind, obviously, if you know who he has been, who he's not actually proud of in terms of where he is right now, right? Because of some of the decisions that that guy's made, when he's around other people, that's not like a reminder or reminding him of that. He feels a little bit more free, like he can be his now self. So I think that those are some of the situations. And then he gets a little bit carried away in the space, but he then also reels it in as well because he's not cheating physically. I think he is in a position where he has to be mindful about how playful he is in terms of his flirting, because that could very easily become decisions. He might entangle himself in a web of decisions that he wouldn't even necessarily know how to sort of get over or get by, right? Sorry, I'm going back to your question, my love, because I literally just clocked that I still have SK's question up. There we go. Much, much better. So yeah, with the situation, because that's the dynamic that you guys are navigating through, what I would say to you, right? Your radar is definitely picking up. So if I stop bringing up the past, will he feel yes? And he can also get out of the bloody shadows of these demons that are being casted at him. Girl, process your hurt and pain. Okay, if you chose to forgive that man, you actually have to forgive that man. You can't keep reminding him of the man he was, because then he has no room to become the man that he can be. Do you see what I'm saying? So I do need to stop bringing up the past, but it's hard. It's not as hard as you think. I'm going to tell you why, because it hurts you too every time you bring it up, actually. Basically, it's not as hard as you think for that reason, because it is something that is painful for you as well. It's not something that you want to revisit over and over and over again. But unfortunately, because you haven't accepted that that was a decision that, led both of you guys to where you guys are now, that's really where the challenge lies with this situation. I'm literally seeing a spirit looking in through my window at the minute. That's where the situation lies. Okay. When you are kind of wanting to see, it's like it doesn't matter what he does to show you that he's changed, as long as you're basically choosing to see him through the filters of his past decisions. He can't reveal that guy to you because you can't see him. It's like being blind. You are blind to the new guy because you're so busy focusing on the old guy. We spoke about this in the reading actually on Wednesday about hey Johnny, how you doing? We spoke about it on Wednesday about like what happens when we struggle to forgive, and how when we're driving, okay, looking backwards, we're incurring so many accidents on the road ahead of us, right? We did mention this, I do feel, yeah. Yeah. I think when you actually, I'm going to say this, like, I know that it's hard to come out of, okay, so this is what we need to be talking about, my love. So, yes, it's hard to come out of the cycle because the repetition is there. So, best thing to do, um, every time you find yourself getting into a trigger, so this is what you need to understand. So you have to learn the rhythms of your pattern of how your body is basically become wired by the experiences of your past situation that you've kind of like gone through, right? I'm gonna come back to you, Johnny. I feel like I'm pushing him. Girl, you ain't lying. You ain't lying. You are a bit. Not even necessarily pushing him away, but I think that you guys are kind of like both scarred and damaged by the situation. I think that you continue to cause a little bit more damage, basically, just by continuing to like, it's almost like you're nursing it and nurturing it. Unfortunately, it's like you're nurturing the hurt of the past. You have to let it go, my love, and it's not just for him. um yeah. It's not just for him, it's also for you as well. Like, there's a sadness in your heart about, I guess, some of his decisions. And even I'm about to cry again, girl. Even as I feel like the sadness here, like, I want to let you know that that had nothing to do with you. Like, it wasn't about you. The decisions that he made then really wasn't about you. Like, he had to go through that to be able to understand the value of your worth. And the reason why he had to go through that process was because he didn't see the value of his worth, and he was making decisions that weren't necessarily aligned with what it is that he really was intending to do with the situation. Do you see what I'm saying? And then it just caused a mess because he didn't know how to manifest what he wanted, but he knew what he wanted. He just didn't know the how to get there. And as he was navigating through how to get there, he's made a few mistakes along the way. But if you chose to like forgive him and you guys are really sort of like moving past it, for like both of you guys' sake, like if you want to get to the other side of this, you actually have to build a bridge from the past. And both of you guys take a minute and do a final wave, like get your asses over onto the other side of the bridge and do a final wave to the past. Because yeah, I'll stop bringing up the past. Well, we have balance in the future when I stop bringing up the past, that part as well, right? Yes, the past, I'll tell you what, it's okay to bring up your past because your past kind of like helped you to get to where you are, but it doesn't constantly have to be like, oh, well, you did this to us, or remember when you did. Do you understand? It's like, it can be an educational value because you guys now have the gift of hindsight. You're not dealing with like current perspective, and you're not dealing with foresight, you're dealing with hindsight. So you guys know what happened back there. It's like, oh, do you remember like when we navigated through that situation? I feel like that really actually helped to bring me closer to you, because I think after we navigated through that situation, it really showed us the strength of our relationship. And since then, the relationship's actually survived like some real big turbulences like this. Yeah, it's been quite an intense few years. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't always have to be like, oh, well, you did this and this is what happened. Yes, those things did happen, but you guys grew from it. And what I find a lot of the times as well, when a couple have the capacity to love and the love is like really deep and it's really big, the way in which that romance will be tested is in so many layers. So it's just one of those things. I think obviously you guys got tested then, you survived it. You know what I mean? Like, have those conversations about overcomings and where you guys are with the situation now and how much you guys have grown and how much your love has grown and where your trust is with each other now. And girl, I'm gonna give you the finger. Okay, girl, they're saying you have to work on that trust. You can't keep being so distrusting to this man, is what they're saying to me. They're like, she can't do it. She can't do it. I'm telling you, because there isn't really much room or capacity for them to be able to navigate through the space in that way if she's constantly going to continue to be this distrusting. So yeah. You're gonna have to work on two key homeworks, right? I know, girl. I know, but when he says things, why don't you believe him, girl? It's like, okay, stupid question. I get that you don't believe him based on his past situations, but has he not earned like the right to like have you believe him now? Like, he's being honest, you just don't believe him. And I know that that's his karma. Don't get me wrong. I'm not even like mad at you for the situation. You don't be mad at you for the situation either. It's just what it is, right? This is his karma because obviously he did break the trust. So now he has to deal with what it's going to take to actually rebuild the trust. And obviously this is your process and I get that. But lighten the load a little bit, mama. Yeah. I know. I know. I know. I think when you yeah, and give yourself the room to like actually I think you're scared to actually trust him because of some of the things that you guys have been through. I don't know. Have you guys like sought any therapy to kind of like come back from that? Because like infidelity can be a bit of a trickster to navigate through in relationships. It's quite like it's one of the biggest challenges for relationships to be able to come back from because a lot of things gets broken basically in terms of like when that comes into play. So I don't know if you guys have, but it's definitely something to consider because I think that if he continues to show you who he is and you continue to try and convince him that he's not that, he's going to continue to live in a state of confusion, my love. And the man that he's trying to like at the minute with what you guys are doing with the dynamics and the situation and to some degree as well, like he lets you say these things about him and he takes it on. Like he doesn't necessarily like tell you all the time, but he takes it on and he wears these things. He wears your opinions of him to the point where they become fact. You ain't shit, you're worthless, you're this, you're that. Like you guys get there. I can tell that you guys get there in certain heated arguments and stuff like that. Um, so he's wearing all of that and he has become, in essence, all of that. Right. So we're going to put some positive words of affirmations over the space. Yes, he did make some poor decisions, but that's what they were, poor decisions. It's not a reflection of who he is. It's a reflection of where his character was at in his stage of development at that time. Okay. Exactly that. I don't know what he said in the convo, but that part, right? Believe him. That's what I'm saying to you. Like you come into this space to be able to obviously like confirm and validate, right? What he's kind of like put across. And I get it. But I'm literally, whenever you come back into the space, I'm literally just feedbacking to you the channels of what the universe has already been sort of like giving to you. Do you see what I'm saying? He's told you these things, which is why I'm just validating what he's already said as a second mirror, basically being held to say, here, beautiful. This is what he means, right? When he says this. So just I know that you're scared to let him in again and truly be like fallback love, but you're safe. He already made his mistake. Now is the time to enjoy him. Snap. Like now he knows what it takes to be able to like lose you. Yeah, just you can lean back. It's safe. And work on that. Like the spirit of discernment's actually off because of the trauma that you have in the past. So it's creating filters in terms of how you're perceiving him. Definitely work on that, mama, because the gut feeling is there. Yes, like I said, because he may be having certain conversations, but I think why those conversations are being had is because if he was having more of those conversations with you, my love, I don't even think he'd have the capacity to entertain that. I think it's just because he has low self-esteem because of everything that he's navigating through. And then you've taken on a lot of the masculine role in the dynamic at the minute as well. It's to the point where he literally doesn't feel of any value, basically. And he needs to be able to build himself back up. So yeah. So now I know he's really changing. I will lighting up and give him a chance. Yeah. Yeah. just open this. Like, you don't have to like break open the doors overnight, right? Because I know that it's a process, and I know that you're cautious, and I know that you did that for him the first time and he didn't necessarily earn it, right? Now he's earned it. So now you can start to, you know, bring the doors open a little bit and let him into that heart space and bask in actually being safe in this space and know that you deserve it as well. Okay. Well, there's no guidance, girl. I can't even tell you anything. I feel like I literally gave you like a couple of assignments there on a few things that you can really do to be able to sort of like help with all of this stuff that you guys are navigating through. But we'll go to the angel guidance. Yeah, they're saying we could give her something. So we'll go to the angel guidance. Okay, girl. Trust. See, again, like the universe never lies. Okay. Okay, so within the next couple of weeks, what's the guidance for her then? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Within the next couple of weeks, they're saying don't stop. Don't stop. It's a case of, you know, it's interesting because they're saying like there isn't necessarily an opportunity, but it's almost like you can let go of your worries instead. That's really what it's saying to you. Like, don't stop letting go of your worries. Interesting. Okay, so another layer of this that I'm going to thank you guys. Sorry, they're telling me you're welcome, because once I said that to you, then I knew another layer that I could speak to you about, like optimizing this process of everything that you're going through. So definitely, I don't know, do you work with crystals as well? Mama, do you work with crystals? Because there's two crystals that I'd probably recommend. You probably need a green aventurine and a rose quartz. The rose quartz for the self-love, the green aventurine for the external love, so the collective love, so that you can be a little bit more expressive with that externally in the space with him as well, right? As you're kind of like optimizing. Great stuff. Good. Okay, so green aventurine, rose quartz, kind of like get that into your mix for this moon cycle, right? Work with those crystals over the course of the next 21 to 28 days as you're kind of like optimizing this process, right? The next thing that I would advise that you do, bear with me, sorry, I'm receiving back the channel of thought, because I already had, when I started speaking about the crystals, I lost the other part of the assignment process. What was it? Don't stop in the next couple of weeks. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had to use Archangel Shamuel there to be able to give me some guidance. He probably like brought that down for me. So the kidneys. So we store worry in our kidneys. So if you can do a kidney detox, like if you can do some herbs that would help with a kidney detox as well. I don't know if you work with herbs. Do you work with herbs as well? Because we go through the emotional processing and all that kind of stuff, and that's great, but we also need to like shift out the physiology of the body as well. We actually have to optimize the avatar and purify it so that the manifesting can flow a little bit effectively, a lot more effectively, like through the channels, right? So let me know, do you work with herbs as well? I'm assuming you probably do, to be fair. Yeah, I'm assuming you probably do. But yeah, if you do work with herbs, you can actually sort of utilize certain, not just herbs as well, you can utilize certain foods as well to kind of like aid your kidneys. So because basically your kidneys is where you store worry, that means that your kidneys are probably like definitely overstimulated, basically. So this is probably a really good time. So as you're going through the next 21 to 28 days with utilizing the crystals for the heart chakra, definitely incorporate a process of a diet for the kidneys to sort of like take your kidneys through the process so that it can go through its optimizing, so that you can Yes, I've been thinking about detoxing. Girl, it is a time. You just got the assignment as far as like what needs to be. Yes, girl. That's why it was taking a minute as well. Like I had to ask Archangel Samuel to like bring back the thought to me because I don't know. I lost the thought whilst I was like talking about the crystal thing. It just went off into the ethers and wandered off. But yes, detox. Detox the kidneys, right? And that will help you to alleviate some of the worry that you've been carrying. It's going to obviously take your body some time to be able to completely get it out. The first 5 days is probably going to be a little bit strange where your body's kind of like adapting to the new norm. And then also you have to change your dynamic in your relationship with worry. When worry comes up and it starts to show you something, you don't always have to engage, my love. If worry is trying to tell you something, it's like, okay, why do you think that? Okay, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, I might need to know that for further down the road. Thank you. Right? One of those types of things, because then that will help you to kind of like get into a place with your discernment, with your spirit of discernment, right? So that it's not off balance with the situation. Yeah. Girl, I wish like you timestamped whenever I started the reading for you because there was so much in the context of this reading. That's why they said, yeah, we could do something with the cards as well, because the detox thing was still obviously hidden. We hadn't gone there yet, but the detox thing will help as well. The crystal work and like really going through a process of like basically preparing your body for Jason's new wifey. Okay, that part. Okay, so that Jason can also realize himself as your new hubby as well. Okay, and as you exemplify certain things, he's inspired by you anyway, so he'll be able to kind of like start to take on your mannerisms, your traits, and he actually he's very receptive to you, right? So he'll be able to kind of like follow suit as well as it all plays out, you know. But yeah, you guys will be okay. You guys will be okay. It's just a little bit of a road ahead nonetheless as well. Okay. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, girl. Thank you for stopping into the space and blessing us with your energy tonight. He did tell me that he admired me. He does. Definitely. Definitely. That's okay, my love. That's okay, girl. Listen, that's what friends are for. I literally heard it. You guys are so cliche. Sorry, me and my guys, they are so cliche. Like, seriously. No, I love, love, love. I love you guys, man. I love the fact that you come in here and you're actually like ready and willing to like take notes and be like, okay, cool, I'm going to work on that. You know, we said go and have that conversation. You were like, right, I had the conversation. This is where I'm at. Wagwan, you know, where are we at? So I love that. You know, it makes a difference, definitely. But you guys will be okay. Like genuinely, he's already changed. I think that changed man that has been in the process of becoming in the last couple of years, he's just hidden behind all of the trauma of everything that it's taken for him to get to now. But once he sheds like some of the layers of this, yeah, you'll see the guy that you met 2.0, where he's actually the man that he said he was then. He's actually that guy now. Okay. Thank you, Lady Empress. Look at that. You got your question out there, girl. Love that. Mm. What are Mike's Cancer? That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, my love. What are Mike's feelings and intentions towards me? I would appreciate any guidance. We're currently just friends, but I feel like there's more there. Let's unpack that. Let's unpack it. We're going to start with the energy deck on this one because we want to see about the energy, like really dive into it, right? Okay. Okay. What's Mike's feelings? Firstly, let's start with the feelings, all right? Mike's feelings towards Our Lady Empress. Okay. Oh, lack of closure. Okay. Interesting. Good thing we started with the energy card. Let's go and unpack that. Elaborate for me, guys. What do you guys mean, lack of closure? Okay. Interesting. Okay. 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 Sorry, I was like looking at the situation. I guess he sometimes continues to sort of like ponder and wonder himself as well. Clarify this for me then, in the context of things. Sorry, there's a lot of aspects to it, girl. I want to get like all of the tea. You guys know me by now. I want to be able to get all of the tea. Okay. Interesting. Thank you. How nice of you guys. Okay. Great stuff. Okay. So when I sort of asked about his feelings, there's a lot of things that's hidden in terms of the dynamics when it comes to like the feelings conversation. I definitely feel like there's a lot of things that he himself isn't saying. So when you're speaking about the chemistry, I agree with you. I think that he feels like effortlessly sort of like safe in the space. And I think even for you as well, like you find that, I don't know, there's a level of attraction with the situation sometimes that it's like he makes you laugh and you find him more attractive in instances like that, basically. For instance, so it's like little things about him that kind of like lights you up when you guys are kind of like together. And I think that he also identifies with those qualities as well. But I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know why have you guys like had the conversation? Because it feels like he's shy to speak about it. I mean, he'll speak about anything else, but I don't know. It just feels like with that, he's a little bit shy to speak about it. So if you guys had a conversation about the natural chemistry that you guys have and what that may sort of like, stir on the inside. Have you guys like had that conversation? One of the things that I'm also sort of like seeing with the situation is that there's definitely like a little bit of a fear of the unknown. It's like, okay, I kind of like this person, but I don't know like whether or not I'm there yet in a situation where it's completely safe for me to kind of like let this person in. In a romantic sense. And then also it's kind of like, oh, how does things go when it doesn't work out like romantically? What happens for the friendship then? So I think that those are some of the variables, I guess, that he's considering with the situation. But I think that there's still some feelings that he hasn't really processed. I think that he likes you, like you. I think he likes you like you, but I think he's still kind of figuring out what to do with those feelings, really, basically. And it's weird because I don't want to call it a shy, like, because he doesn't come across shy, but I don't know, it just feels like he's shy when it comes to speaking about this particular thing, like anything to do with this. It's almost like he'll change the topic. Yeah, it's always like he'll change the topic, basically. Anything to do with that. Intentions then. Let's get an understanding of his intentions then, guys. If this is the dynamic of the situation, what are his intentions towards Lady Empress? Okay. Oh, done. Okay. Okay. So, sorry, I'm like getting. It's weird. He asked me out and I turned him down initially, but I opened up to him after and he kind of friend zoned me. Okay, that's what the shy thing is about. Because I'm like, he's not really the shy type. Okay. So now when it comes, yeah, yeah, because now it's like, okay, well, what happens to the friendship? What happens to the friendship if we go there in terms of the situation? Interesting. Hmm. Well, his intentions. Let's have a look at that. I know when we do stuff like that, but don't worry about it. Like everything works out as it's supposed to. Like you made that decision that you made then, and it came with the consequences that were necessary to lead you to the things that are going to be exactly for where you need to be when you get there, right? That's all that is. Don't worry about it. Um, Definitely a major arcana situation going on here because we've got the moon at the bottom of the card of the deck, and we've got the star card out here upright, which is good. We've got a lot of other aspects going on to the situation as well. So let me just have a look at his intentions so I can, digest it and feed it back to you guys. Mm, okay. For lack of a better way of putting it, beautiful. He just wants to stunt. He wants to stunt on you. Um, okay. Well, there you go. There you go. He can't really be it's funny because I just said to you that he wants to stunt on you. That's his actual personality type, beautiful. So don't worry. I know that there's an attraction, but if you don't necessarily have the capacity for like boastful people, he's probably not a good compatibility match for you, basically. I shouldn't say a good match. He's probably not a good compatible match for you in that essence, in that case, because that's just like a part of his personality. It seems like he tends to yeah, sorry, that was so thing. Yeah, he tends to, there we go, now it's come through. Sorry. He tends to be a little bit boastful, my love, and I think even in terms of his intentions towards you, from what I'm seeing, it's almost like he wants to basically get into a good place in his career situation, or be able to secure a good place in his career situation because he wants to be able to like have you see him, you know? Yeah, he definitely did. Again, that's like his personality type. That's why I'm saying to you, like, obviously we know that rejection's always God's protection. God's like, wait, before you do that, there's something you should know. And then he does this. Wipe off your third eye. Get a good vision on that. Sorry. I can't lie. I'm just speaking from my own experiences. Like, sometimes it's like, wait, I don't think that that's the best idea, girl. Like, it's like clear the windscreen, wipers. Okay, now let's see how we're going to be making decisions moving forward. So, I do think that the situation with this particular person, Mike, is going to come with a lot of restrictions yourself. It would actually probably be mentally draining for you, to be honest with you, to be in a relationship. I'm not going to lie. I feel like they have a lot of mannerisms that would be a little bit of a struggle for you in terms of romantically speaking. I think certain things are not acceptable, but they are tolerated basically because there's a friendship dynamic, and that's what the situation is presently. But if there were to be something else or a bit more, in essence, nah, not at all. Not at all. I think, yeah, 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 yeah. It's interesting though. I think that, like, with the situation, the thing is, like, I don't know why he does that. Sorry. I don't know why he does that, because that's not actually like his natural personality as well. Anyways, that's just a mask that he wears to kind of like make himself feel better. Okay, I guess I realize why he does that then. It's a coping mechanism. That's exactly why he does that. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. All right, well, what's the advice for Lady Empress with the situation as she kind of navigates, guys? What's the advice for our girl, Lady Empress? There we go. Yeah, choose a new direction. Where's she going there? What do you guys advise? Thank you. Okay. 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 So, oh, a year from now, what? Okay. What does success looks like in terms of the dynamic? Oh. Girl, listen, this is God sparing you a whole situation. So I'll tell you what they said, right? They said, if you forgive this situation within the next few weeks, as opposed to like letting it linger on for like months on end, this is a situation whereby within a year from now, you can be in a stable situation as far as like romantically speaking, where you're looking at somebody where you guys are building together, you guys are kind of like figuring out life together, you're kind of you know, pondering, okay, is this someone that I can like really sort of grow with? Is this someone that I could see myself like really, really, I guess, becoming that next version of myself? Like, do they have the bandwidth to continue to maintain my growth? You know, yeah, they're saying, let this be a situation where you go through the forgiveness process within the next few weeks, not the next few months, because a year from now, this is a completely different shift and turnaround, and the wait will pay off. This right here that's going on, this ain't it, girl. Not at all. Not at all. I don't think, and it's nothing on him. I think that this was just an opportunity for you to get some mental clarity. And if anything, this is your breakthrough moment or a catalyst in your breakthrough moment, not this moment per se, because they're like, no, not this moment per se. She still has some restrictions basically that she's navigating through. But now it's more so a case of her being able to kind of be a little bit more free with it. Yeah. Because basically what God's trying to spare you with this situation is scars. He has a lot of toxic habits, basically. And I'm laughing because when I looked at it in the romance deck, they were like, yeah. God said no. God said no. because this person basically they wear a mask, they're very deceptive, they tend to be delusional themselves, like they believe their lies as well, so they have a little bit of pathology as well as far as being a pathological liar. So all of these things will cause a lot of internal conflict and inner turmoil if you had to be in relationship romantically with this person, basically, is what they're sort of saying to me on the matter. But yeah, girl, I hope that that was useful for you, though, for the most part. Hey, Ali. I hope you're good. Dang, yo. Okay. Damn. I'm about to get my snacks on as well. Did you feel like you were going to be second guessing your decision, my love? You were laughing. I'm getting the snacks nice and ready. Yeah, Katie. How is everybody? Okay, Mina's question next. Sorry, I'm laughing at Lady Empress's he's gotta be a test. Yeah, girl, that part, right? And snaps for you for passing. Okay. When you said no the first time, you were right. Okay. Because you already sat that class and you were like, nah, I ain't gonna do that again. But again, sometimes when we say no to something, the fear of kind of like feeling like we're about to like miss out, like, yeah, FOMO, fear of missing out, right? That kind of situation actually like helps to, I guess, negate the situation, you know, because there's a fear of actually sort of missing out. Then you kind of think, oh, well, let me second guess myself, because now you don't want to miss an opportunity. You was right the first time. Okay. Problems on problems on problems. Toxic. I'm not going to lie. And I'm not going to say that I myself personally as well, I don't mind a little bit of spice. The spirit of mischief is definitely in my DNA. But mm-mm, mm-mm. You did miss the list again, Ali. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So what happens is when I post, usually you should check probably on a Thursday evening or first thing on a Friday morning if I've got a post out, because when I'm on my game, I post it out on the Thursday in the community chat as well. I'll do a little like plug for everyone so everyone knows to get over here to get onto the list. Okay. And then you can think, good, Ariana, good to know that you're still around as well, because I don't know who else is still in the room, because I was supposed to be going quick tonight, but hey, we're like 2 hours in and I'm literally just getting onto the actual list now. Look at that. Hey, my love. How are you doing, girl? Nadira. Don't worry, Ali. SK got in here today. The list is closed, my love. The list is, well, the free list is closed. The donation list is open. The free I'm just getting onto the free list, actually. 2 hours in, she says. It's funny. I'm doing good. I'm getting better at optimizing. That's what I'd say. I feel like the last 2 weeks, I felt like an imposter on my timeline. I was like, oh my God, do you think anybody's going to notice that I'm here? And now I feel like, oh, I manifested this. That's what's up. So that's how I'm doing. Good to know that you're doing good, my love. Love, love, love. Okay. What are the thoughts or views of you laugh, Mina, but I'm being so serious. You can take it from me. I know some tarot readers. I'll see how Ariana, we'll see when I actually finish the list, girl. That's why I say when I finish the list, we'll see what I feel like, and then I'll sort of like check in with the guides how much energy I've got to get through a couple of questions. But I don't even think that the list itself is going to be like all the way around through, to be fair. There might be two places I'm sensing. That seems to be the pattern we've been navigating through for the last few weeks. What are the thoughts or views of Showcat towards me? Thank you so much for your love. Oh, thank you so much, love, for your precious time and energy. Forever grateful. All good, my love. All good. Okay, let's start with the thoughts. Showcat's thoughts. What are their thoughts towards me now? Interesting. They see your insecurities. But I think that that's because they're looking for them as well. So let me navigate down into that. Oh, it may be them. It may be them. Hey, June, I actually don't remember. What's in the description, guys? Can one of the moderators, I guess, clarify for June? Because I don't know. I literally just copy and paste this stuff whenever I'm even creating this stuff. That's why I'm just like, okay. At this point, that's just how I think. Yeah. The details are in the description box. I think it is £10 for 5 questions. I'm not sure. I think so. I'm not sure. But she says, and it's supposed to be her whole situation and setup, right? Were they a potential romantic interest? Answer me that, Mina. Were they a potential romantic interest? Because basically the guys are saying to me, no, not her insecurities. They're insecure about the situation, potentially. Interesting. You make them insecure, it triggers their insecurities. There's a little bit of codependency there as well. So I want to get an understanding of what. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit of codependency there as well. So do you kind of like share some of your personal situations and circumstances with him then? Like things that you're navigating through and how that makes you feel? And because why I'm asking that question is because they're saying to me, as far as like the thought process, there's a little bit of a, you know, is it a balanced relationship? For the most part, okay, because I'm trying to understand, like, do you guys like have a mutual friendship where you guys are both pouring into each other, right? We talk about spirituality only. He has become more of an agnostic. Okay. Why was he atheist before? Sorry, we're kind of like having the back and forth. Interesting as well, then. Interesting. Oh, sorry, I'm like asking, was he an atheist? Oh, she's typing. Sorry, they said she's typing. Oh, he was a practicing Muslim earlier. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Wow. Okay, and now he's more of an agnostic. I get that as well, to be fair. I understand. God is so big, like it's hard to keep him in any one religion. That's kind of why I'm just like, oh, give me more. And I go to a like another expansion of the mind in terms of religious context on how to experience and practice God within a vessel. Um, so I get that as well. Interesting. One of the things as far as like the dynamic with your situation is that he does think that you have a little bit of a overcommitment in terms of certain situations. There seems to be a little bit of an imbalance between your work and personal life as well. It seems like you're doing a lot, on the go a lot, and I think that those are some of the things where I don't know, he questions maybe how much time you have to sit for yourself with yourself to really be able to kind of like ultimately like decide what you want. I think like when he thinks to himself, those are some of the thoughts that sort of like pops up in his mind about you. You know, I wonder how often she has time to sort of like sit for herself and really sort of, you know, decide what she's going to be doing because she like lends herself to so many people and she's so great at it. But how does she cope? How does she deal? You know what I mean? Interesting. What are his views? Because those are his thoughts. So let's have a little look at the situation. Wow. Thank you, June. I'm going to check the thing. So bear with me on that. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you. Thank you, my love. I'll check it in a second. Thank you. Oh, okay. Ah, this is how he sees you, mama. Okay. That magician and sun energy. So what this is saying to me, two major arcanas as well. So he definitely thinks that you come with that big, big energy, right? You just got like that presence about you. You get reality in its context of what it is and how it's actually sort of like, you know, playing out in the sequence of what we perceive to be time. Oh my God, this download is like giving me electrocution in my crown. Oh, guys. It's giving me electrocution in my crown. Ouch. Okay, guys, let's chill. Let's chill. Let's chill. Ouch. Dang. Okay. Sorry. I'm laughing. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's so funny because then I heard a spirit over in the background. They're like, that's that magician ish. The magician card. Obviously, we've got the magician energy out here. But that was funny. That was funny. And spirit is funny as well. I was literally thinking, you back there. I don't know whose guide that was, but he is funny. There's a whole queue. Like they queue up. Like there's a whole queue. So I'm gonna try and do my best to sort of like get through. But yes, my love. Oh God, that I am okay. That was different. Yeah. um, but yeah, it's interesting because he there as far as like his views on you when it comes to certain things, he finds you to be always warm and inviting. And this is what I was saying, like as far as like his thought process, it feels like, okay, when does she have time for like her? Because she's constantly doing, and she's there for everyone and she wears it so well and she plays it so well. I think that that's one of his like prayers for you, if I'm honest. He prays that you have more time to be able to like do you. Like, and when I say do you, it's interesting because I don't know why he gets this depiction or where he gets it from. I guess he sees that you're constantly sort of like a support in the different areas that you kind of are called basically to kind of be present for people. But yeah, it seems as though his thought process on the situation when it comes to you is that you do need, I guess, a little bit of a balance for yourself, because he perhaps feels like eventually you might just become that 10 of swords energy. And that's one of his concerns, because he feels like you're a light and he wouldn't want you to overexhaust yourself, right? And in terms of his views on the situation, at the same time, he knows that you're very resourceful and your warmth is one of the reason why you're able to be successful in spite of the volatility, in spite of situations that may not necessarily be in your favor, in spite of actually navigating through situations where it's like people are just being challenging for the sake of being challenging. I think that, was there a situation with a family member at some point this week? Answer me that one. Sorry, I had to go for that. They're gonna get stale. Don't want that. Oh, that was for you, Mina. I know they said you're typing, I guess. Okay. Situation with a family member this week. I guess the reason why I'm asking about that is because these are basically like some of the things. Yeah, challenges all over the place are her, but I feel more grateful for it all. Exactly. Exactly that. I think that those are some of the things why he's basically like concerned. He's like, oh, like I hope she's gonna be okay. So I think one of his prayers for you is that he wants you to be able to kind of like, yeah, just be able to be as well, because he feels like you deserve it. Like genuinely, he has that prayer for you. Like, oh, like his prayer for you is peace, basically. His prayer for you is peace, which is interesting, because he's not even really a prayer, but you know what I mean as well. People don't even know. Just by having a desire, God wants to fulfill that desire. You don't have to put it out there all the time in words, but it becomes a prayer in essence because it's in here. You know what I mean? And that's really where God makes his judgments on people based on their hearts. Okay, so what's the guidance for Nina in navigating through the situation in that case? Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Remain positive about the fact that there's no need to worry. It's the right time to actually remain positive, basically, is what they're saying. It's the right time to remain positive. There's no need to sort of worry about anything when it comes to this situation. You are choosing a right direction, not even just a new direction, but you're choosing a right direction, whereby if you're not necessarily ready, as per what your intuition is saying, when it comes to sort of sharing a yes, you're learning that it's abundance, and abundance also doesn't necessarily mean just yes. Abundance means no when it's at the right time of the junction. Do you see what I'm saying? So you get an opportunity to be able to sort of like grow with that as well. And I think his experience, I guess, of reality is something where both of you guys can actually like really share, benefit, and learn from each other as well. So I think that the universe has you guys in each other's lives. I was just doubting his intentions. I think he himself can also be sometimes a little bit emotionally manipulative, for lack of a better way of putting it. No, I think he himself sometimes can like show up as being emotionally manipulative, but he means well. He means well. Like sometimes he's concerned or over concerned, I guess, with people. But that's him needing to learn how to manage his savior syndrome. You know what I mean? Wanting to like constantly save people all the time. That's because he's got a willing heart. But he is genuinely just a kind person. His prayer for you really is peace. Like genuinely. Sometimes he can, I guess, do, I'm not going to say underhanded things, but he can do things that are potentially immoral to be able to get the things that he wants to get done. If he feels like, you know, everything that he wants is going to be for everyone's best good. Yeah. Couldn't understand why he was being overly kind, but he is a good soul. That is something I also feel. Yeah, always pray for my family. Exactly. He really is praying for peace for you guys. So yeah, he's actually like a cool person. His intentions and motives really are just kind of what they are, to be fair. But yeah, that part, I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Yeah. Okay. Who else have we got on the list? Let's go to the list. Because oh yes, I was going to go and check for the payments. Hey Ali. Yeah, I think I just got another PayPal payment as well. Yeah, Tanya. There we go. No, that was from before. That wasn't it. Sadly, we got that. We've got that. Dune. Yes, Dune. Thank you so much, my love. You always satiate my worries with the right kind of guidance. Forever grateful, always so accurate. Girl, I'm glad that you guys allow me to be open to sharing space with you guys to pick up on your drives. Because sometimes people ask me for readings and then they lock me out because they want to test me. And I'm like, well, there's nothing that I can do here. This isn't how this works. And it doesn't mean I am not who I say that I am. It just means that you don't believe me that I am who I say that I am. So you're making it difficult for me to show you who I am. You know, that part. But yes, who do we have? June, it's your go, my love. You can start getting your question together. Obviously, you are on the donation list, so you get to skip the queue. Who do we still have in the room as well, actually, so that we know? General reading for the summer. Okay. We'll start there. What do you see for June this summertime? Oh, thank you. I know, June. I know. I figured it was just question number one. Don't worry. You're good. Oh, interesting. Are you planning to travel? Let me ask you that question firstly, because we have 6 of Swords energy in the space, first and foremost. So I got to ask you that. There's definitely some sort of transition that's taking place. I'm just going to clarify. Yeah. Okay. Please clarify. Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 Interesting. Yeah. I think that the family situation may likely happen, but it will probably be towards the end of summer, more towards like in the final days, basically, of summer. You may sort of like experience some delays with the situation in terms of like being able to sort of manifest it, and actually sort of like you may have to change the date. I think the second time is the right timeline basically for you, is what they're showing me with the situation. Potentially, yeah. That's what I was seeing towards the end, though. Towards the end. Yeah. Towards the end of, I want to say it's sort of like third week, I want to say, is what they're sort of like showing me with the situation. And it's interesting because, yeah, it's almost like it's going to take a lot for you to actually sort of like get there. You are going to be required to definitely put in some Seven of Wands energy, which is like definitely dealing with the presence of perseverance, like actually having to toil through everything that the universe is basically throwing at you, dart after dart after dart that is being thrown at you. You have to kind of like navigate through some of those variables to really get to a comfortable place with your situation and the circumstances that you're kind of navigating through, right? Um, so yeah, I think it's just one of those things where this summer for you, that's really ultimately the focus, and it will materialize. We're just looking at a little bit of delays because it's a pretty big manifestation in terms of where you are at energetically speaking, all of the variables that you're dealing with circumstantially, and then also in terms of like your organization, unfortunately. So that those are the three key factors that's going to determine where the timeline is to do that, right? That part, right? Because those are some of the things that they were sort of like saying to me about like the organization is probably the most important aspect of the situation. So I think that like that's going to be taken into consideration with everything as well. What do you guys advise that June does in this situation? Okay. 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 Okay, so what they're saying when it comes to the situation that you're kind of like navigating through around this travel, um, they're saying don't choose a new direction. You're actually ready. This is very much like instinctively, intuitively guided for you. It's not necessarily about remaining positive. There's just not really the right time for this type of abundance, right? But they're saying to trust the process. And this is what I'm saying. You're going to navigate through like the first timeline potentially being cancelled. And it may be, I'm saying to you, the third week of August, but the first timeline that get cancelled may actually be before that, or that may actually be the cancellation and the timeline then gets kind of like extended, because I'm seeing it's going to be happening between August and October, basically, is what I'm seeing, because of some turbulence in the process of it. So, yeah. I don't know. You'll manifest it, but it's a process, basically. It's definitely a process. Okay. What else do you have? I try to find a new job. Also, is that question number 2? Let me know, just so that I know how to navigate through the space. Yeah. So the timeline looks like it starts at around about August, but there's like a between August and October seems like it's a very abstract place, because it seems like the timeline has to be moved between that situation. So yeah, between August to October. Okay. So let's go to question number 2. Job situation, guys. Okay. Job situation. Hey, Chantel. Welcome to the room, girl. There is a list, and the list is closed, unfortunately. The free list is literally still full. We barely managed to get through it, and I'm like 2 hours in. Oh, I didn't actually put your question up on the screen, June. My bad. So June's question number 2, is about the job situation, right? So we want to get an understanding. What do you see happening with the job situation moving forward? Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Couldn't have been any clearer. Okay. That's what's up. And so what that means, I'm just like showing you the 10 of Pentacles, but you're dealing with a temporary lack of success. It's a temporary sort of situation that you're navigating through. Yeah, that's okay, Chantal. We're usually sort of here on Fridays or Saturdays, because I was actually going to cancel the live today and say, can we do it tomorrow, guys? Because your girl's exhausted. So I'm surprised after the dance lesson yesterday, y'all. I told you. Back, calves, arms. It's a lot. It's all hurting. But when you're ambitious, I thought when I put this on yesterday, I was going to be okay, but that was before I did the dance class. What I'm seeing as far as like the job situation, they're saying that this is a temporary sort of like circumstances. So we're going to try and see. I kind of hate my current job. Oh, that's no fun. Let's see about a timeline for a new job. Okay. Clarify. What does that mean in terms of the work situation, right? I get it. Points. Okay. Okay, well, do we have a timeline? Maybe? Are you actively, I think you said you're trying to find a job at the minute as well, aren't you? I'm sure you said that. Where is it? I tried to find a new job also, yeah. I think with the job situation as well, you got to be specific about what it is that you're looking for. Oh, thank you. Remain positive about, yeah, you've got to, oh, sorry. I think if you want, like, you're out because God's already provided you with a means of stability. Yeah. I was about to say, this is literally what I was about to say. I think that if God has provided you with a means of stability, and you know, there's certain aspects of the situation that obviously is beneficial for you, but there's other aspects where it's questionable for you. You're like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to be doing with this situation, or how I'm going to be feeling, or if it's going to be possible, all of those types of things. So I think as you're kind of like being put in some of those positions to really understand, okay, what do you actually want in a work situation or in a career space? What does that look like for you, where it's stable and you also feel good within it? I think that definitely continue to apply. Firstly, give us a timeline on the possibility of like something new being manifested in that space, as far as like a new job. Thank you. Okay, in under a year. Okay, in under a year, there will be success. So you'll get a new job within this year. You'll get a new job within this year. But I think that there's still aspects of the situation. Well, see, this is the thing. I was just about to say, I think that there's still aspects of the situation that you need to actually determine, because I think you're not necessarily all the way clear about what it is. What do you do now? Sorry. Oh, that question was for you, BTW. Yeah, what do you do now? Yeah, because I was seeing something in a it's not that I was seeing something in a hospital, but I was seeing like shipments and I was seeing hospital. I was literally seeing like so that's why I asked the question. I actually think that you find something that still allows you to utilize your transferable skills that's a little bit slower pace, basically. Pays decently, because I think that that's something, you know, it's one of those it's one of those situations that you kind of, I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting. I think from what I can see with the job, there's a job that's actually, I don't know if it's it seems like it's in some sort of like office setting per se, but I don't think it's an office even. It's not exactly an office, but that's the type of dynamic. You seem to be in some sort of senior position within it. So that's really ultimately where you are as far as like that role. But I think that that's based on your authoritative uh tendencies. I think that your tendency to be like very direct is what actually like manifests you in on that timeline. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Keep looking. Like actually actively have a look at some of the things that you want to do firstly, right? Because I think that you, like I said, you're not very clear about what it is that you want to do as well, which is what's causing a little bit of a distortion to actually manifesting a timeline that is going to be feasibly aligned with what it is that you want. You're not willing to compromise as well, so you have to think about what your compromises would be. And I think that that's going to be able to help you to get onto a timeline where you're basically aligned with your path of least resistance, right? Um, yeah, yeah. You'll be able to kind of like bounce back from this. I think that this is something that's going to take you a good couple of months, I want to say, to kind of like really find something, but you have to be consistent. I want to put that across you because they're saying to me, you're not very consistent. And that's the struggle that your guides are having sometimes to be able to place you in certain areas because they don't want to give you more than what you can handle at the same time. but it's like you've been praying for this thing and they want to be able to deliver on that, but also you're not, how can I put it? You're not really aware of the price that has to be paid for some of the things that you're asking for, basically. And the lack of like being able to compromise, you're going to have to sort of like work on that as well, to be honest with you. I'm not going to lie. The reason why I say that is because the job situations and opportunities that they're going to present to you is going to come as a covering at first. So it's not going to be the absolute best situation. It's going to be something that you're going to have to work your way towards, something that is like really, really good. You'll get something that's decent. Don't get me wrong. They'll like provide you with at least shelter where it's decent, but you're going to have to work on your tendency to compromise because it's going to be crucial to the job space, basically. Okay. But that will kind of like start to come to within this year. I think within the next couple of months is when you really start to develop some momentum with actually what's going on with that. Okay. I hope that that was useful for you. Let's go on to question number 3. Damn. I was like trying to get out of here by 3 o'clock, but damn, I'm like, damn, how's the night gonna go? Because I've got meditation. I wasn't able to do meditation today, but I've got to do it after the facts as well tomorrow morning. So I'm up at like 9 basically to get my meditation in before I go to church tomorrow. Second one. Okay. What type is the second one? What? No, and I get you on that because I said I sense that the second one is really the one that's got the highest probability, basically, of success. But it has to be sort of nurtured, right, as far as the seed. Okay. Okay, the second one is financial advice. Yeah, the second bit. That's the one that basically, again, is kind of like money, I guess, producing itself. So book number 2 is going to be the biggest seller. And you need to basically like find the means to be able to market that effectively. Yeah, and book number 3 is okay. You know, it will do okay. I think that audience, however, is a little bit of a smaller demographic. So I think that this is when that will happen. Book number 3. Okay, let's have a look. Book number 3. Oh. Guys, come on. Guys, come on. I get it. I understand. Look. Hold on, guys. Look, guys. I get it. Obviously, there's other variables to the situation and they're working, but can we get like an... I hate it when you guys do that. You know the perfect timing thing doesn't work for us humans, man. Just give us a timeline. Okay? Can we get a timeline on the factors of the situation at least? Give us a rough estimate. A rough estimate. Come on. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I can tell you that book number two, not number two, the number three book, that book goes into another copy, basically. I don't know if it's kind of like rewritten, but it feels like there's like another layer or addition to that. I don't know if that book is intended to grow, or as you continue to write the book, it may potentially grow into a different sort of like sequel or trilogy or what have you. It seems like book number three is the one that will basically have another phase of itself. And it seems, as far as like with that assignment, it's going to be like probably towards the end of the year. I want to say maybe November. You'll probably like finish with the writing potentially. Um, and then going through your process of editing and all of that kind of stuff. So I want to say that it may potentially be a release for next year, if I'm honest. It may potentially be a release for next year by the time you're finished doing all the stuff you want to do with it. And as you continue to like do the story, it grows and your mind gets so stimulated, like it becomes a little bit exhausting. So you'll find that as you continue to sort of like do it, you have these moments where you feel challenged basically by how big it's growing in your mind. So that will be something that you have to navigate through as well throughout the process of. Yeah. Rich, potentially, I don't know. We all have like different values on rich. I would say you would get to a comfortable place within 2 to 3 years after them being able to kind of like be on the market and really actually show you what they're capable of doing. I think that there's a lot of marketing that goes into that with you. And I think you find your feet about the marketing process along the way, basically. That's the situation, along the way you'll kind of like decide, okay, this works, this doesn't work, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, and that's that. That perfect timing question card was funny. I don't know who they think they're playing with. I hate it when they bring that card out when I literally actually have a whole deck that gives you different timings on things. It's so funny. That's when they feel like they're being smart. But yeah. Okay. Makes sense. It's always nice to do a bit of a warm-up with something you're familiar with. You laugh, Charlie, but I'm so serious. They try it. It's so annoying. I'm like, I asked you for a timeline. If I wanted like perfect timing, I would have just learned how to accept the fact that I'm not supposed to know. But I want to know. So tell me, please. Thank you. What's the okay, so was question number 4, will you get rich off the books? What are we doing? Sorry, I'm gonna like, whilst you type, I'm gonna eat and restore and rejuvenate. I can't believe we literally still have the whole list to go through. Damn. The night is still young. Barely. I mean, technically it's morning, but hey. What's my definition of rich? So my definition of rich, because it's like, no, I asked if I will make a lot of money. Okay, you are saying that wasn't your question number 4? Do you want to pop your question out? What I will say is my definition, I guess, of rich. Exactly. That's why I had to ask to clarify exactly that. because I wasn't sure like what. Do you know what I mean? I get it. It was probably like considered to you like a question that clarified a question that was already on play. But I had to ask the question because I don't know where you're sort of taking the context, I guess. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I was saying. I get it. It was a subtext question of number 3. But yes, Shaylee, I was saying that my perception of rich is actually an internal thing, more so than an external thing, and wealth is actually probably what other people define as, I guess, rich, is what I probably define as wealth. I thought if you saw any numbers. No, 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 you're fine. That's why I had to clarify. Will it change my life? Oh, I just saw your question there. Is that question? I'm just trying to clarify, my love, so I know how and when I'm getting back onto the free list so that they're in the know, because obviously people's been waiting for like 2 hours. So is that question number 4? Will it change my life? Are you speaking about the money in essence? Are we still going through sub questions? Just so that I'm like aware, basically. I just like to be on the same page. Otherwise it causes a lot of confusion, pretty much. But yeah, Charlie, I think, yeah. I think because I used to think, I guess, about rich one sort of way, but I don't think that that was like a way that I truly actually defined. That was my learned thought process. But yeah. Okay, my love, June, I get it. And I'm because we're learning boundaries with the Scorpio full moon class and stuff. Obviously, you're asking me 5 questions, right? If all of these questions then have sub questions within them, obviously, we're going to be here for quite some time unpacking all 5 of the questions. And I don't have any problems, obviously, going through your questions, which is fine. I just want, because the other guys' spirits back there are all now a little bit like, you know? So I just want to put that out there, because they're getting impatient over here on this end as well, which means that the energy in this space is also growing impatient, just a smidge. So just a thought, you know. Yeah, you'll get comfortable. You'll get comfortable with the situation. It's not, no, 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 don't be sorry. It's fine. Obviously, I get that you want to be able to clarify all of these things, and I get it. That's why I'm asking the question, to be able to clarify so the guides back there know what the situation is. It's so funny because it's like my guides are like the watch guards there, and then like you guys' guides get to like come up and they speak to me, and then obviously when they finish, they go and they leave. Like I said, there was a spirit like watching through my window. I don't know if they went and called their human and told them to come into the space by now. So that may have very well been for you. Do you know what I mean? And your guides were like, come, I got like, let's go and get all 5 of these questions together. So I'm not going to take anything away from you and your guides' space as well. Trust. The money situation on the 3rd thing, like I said, I think it takes you at least 2 to 3 years to really develop momentum. And it's really about the actual, it's really actually about the stability of the situation. I think that, like I said, there's one book that you pull off the shelf and you plug it back in because it's actually doing so well, and you re-edit. So I do see that there's definitely going to be like financial stability. Stability is what I'd say, because I want to like set realistic expectations with the situation, because what you give is what you'll get in terms of the outcome, right? And this is why I was speaking about the marketing side of things being very crucial, because the 2nd book has very high, it's high in demand, basically. It's high in demand as far as like it being utilized as a resource. So that has a great potential and probability to be one of your very best sellers. And I think with the situation, if you can position your marketing appropriately, you could probably be in a good position quicker than the 2 year timeline, there may be a little bit of a 6 months jump on that timeline, depending on how you make your marketing choices. I am learning Arabic and I wonder if that will change my life. Definitely. Definitely. It kind of like positions you in, and not just, I'm not speaking like just about like the tongue Arabic. I feel like the experience of having the skill set of obviously speaking the language, then God can place you in other areas. I do think that you like having the skill set, it will kind of like come with its own burdens. Basically, that's the best way that I can put it. Having the skill set will mean that it comes with its own burden in terms of how God's going to use you to be able to deliver certain things to others, right? And timing is everything when it comes to that. Yeah, I have Arab origin, but my language is kind of middle poor. Okay. Okay. Hey, Moni. How you doing? Okay, and I get that as well. I think that you being able to sort of like do the sorry. Sorry, I just got confirmation from your guy that it was them that went and saw me and went and called you. Sorry. Oh my days, sorry. Yeah. Being able to strengthen it, God's going to like be able to utilize you much. Okay, sorry, my love. So this particular assignment is very, very important in terms of like some of the other stuff that you're going to be doing as well moving forward. The Arabic thing, because this is okay, so this is why your guide was confessing to me that they were the one watching through my window. Okay, and they went and called you because they wanted to have this conversation about the Arabic thing. So the Arabic thing in particular is one of the areas where you're going to be utilized as a conduit, right? You're going to be able to sort of like be an advocate and your vocal cords basically, like, so the writing of the books and all this stuff, this is good training for you, definitely good training for you, because with the Arabic stuff, you're going to actually like, that one's a longer timeline. Don't get me wrong. That's more of a 7 year timeline. And I know you probably feel like, what, 7 years? But yes, like, yes. There's the God, that's how amazing God is. He doesn't even plan for just today or tomorrow. He plans for 7 years down the line. Okay. 7 years is where it really seems like you get into the rhythm of what that Arabic like training is going to be doing for your life and how you're going to be able to sort of like utilize it. Okay. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a bonus for you moving forward as well. Any advice on that? Sorry, I'm like hearing. Oh, thank you. Okay. Don't be assertive. It's not necessarily about improving the health of the situation. It's actually more about getting more information in the next couple of weeks. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The Arabic situation's definitely going to be sort of like used. Yeah. You're going to be used to sort of give a voice to others that are vulnerable, basically. Vulnerable people will be a part of your assignment with the Arabic task. Okay. Right. What is, I think, question number 5? Yeah. Hit me with it. Oh, and hey, Moni. Yeah, sorry. The list is jam-packed. We're like 3 hours in and there's like, the list has barely been touched, my love. I'm probably gonna have to even like close out donations eventually at some point, just so that I can get on with the free list. I mean that you are going to be put in a position where you are at borders and you are going to be used to interpret the words of others to be able to give voice to their safety. You'll be used. There'll be wars in lands where, well, we're already speaking and experiencing wars, or speaking of or experiencing wars. But so on this 7-year timeline, you're being used as an interpreter for people who are vulnerable and needing assistance and guidance with the Arabic language. Yeah. 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 So it's a whole thing. It's a whole build up of a thing. So definitely, like, go into training and do what you're doing now. God's going to utilize it in due course. You'll be called up for assignment in due course for that one. Yeah. Big time as well. Just in terms of how passionate you are. I think that's why God's chosen to use you for that particular task. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Hit me with the last question. And then on the free list, we have Mohaha. Mohaha. I don't know. I'm sure Ash has probably left. Smoradinha has probably gone sleep. So obviously we're dealing with time zone differences. Oh, Lady Empress can be removed off the list. I guess she actually did a donation, so she got bumped up on the list as well. Sorry, am I looking at an old list? Let me not do that. Yes, you will. In the future, you're not actually any one particular place. You have several homes, just in different places. You are utilized as an advocate for others, my love. Like, God really calls you into philanthropy work 5 years from now. And you will, being in one place won't be a concern, my love. Like, that's the least of your worries. Yeah. You're actually, yeah. In the next 5 years, God's really going to be sort of like moving you into certain spaces and timelines and bringing certain people into alignment with you, because they need, I guess, the influence of your light to be projected into their darkness, so that they can actually find the strength to actually move into their healing. Because by the time you meet them, my love, yeah, you will be into a lot of philanthropy work, and you become, I'm getting emotional. I'm about to cry again. Sariel, Scorpio full moon. Your girl's out here. But I can feel like the genuine, like, appreciation for the people, like from the people that you'll touch their lives. Like, what I'm feeling here in my heart that I'm like crying about, like, this is how you make people feel by how you touch their lives, like on that timeline 5 to 7 years from now, where like you meet them at a time where they feel like they have no hope, but you're so willing to fight for them that they decide to fight for themselves. I'm getting emotional. It's actually a really, really beautiful thing. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing. The Arabic thing is like an opening into that for you. And why I said 5 to 7 years is because you dabble with it initially within the next 5 years, but 7 years in, you're deep in, like when you start to like really have compassion for these people. God starts to grow that in your heart and nurture it in your heart. And 7 years in, like, that's your whole life. That's all you see, think, breathe, eat. Like, that's everything you do. So, yeah. Oh, that's nice. And you leave an impression on the generations to come as well, that, you know, they'll tell their children basically about what you do. Every time I kind of go into the space, obviously it touches my heart, but they'll tell their children about what it is that you do for them and how it changed their lives. So that's a very, very big trickling effect. Yeah, trust me. No, trust me, beautiful. Like, it's already done. You're on a timeline towards it. Definitely continue to study. God is wanting to use you because of your heart of compassion and um your ability to also be able to like speak up, I guess. And it's never really coming from a place of you know, wanting to be rude or disrespectful. It's usually coming from a place of curiosity, which means that it can be nurtured and expanded upon. So God's really going to use you to nurture that inside of you, because there's other people that are going to be benefiting from it, genuinely. And there's families that will remember you for at least 3 generations. And there's family that you will help 3 generations during your lifetime. So, yeah. That was a pretty intense one, to be fair. But again, also, the Scorpio full moon, y'all. I can't help myself. That part. Yeah. But I hope that that was good for you, dude. Will I get money for it, or will I pay with my own money? So you actually develop a process. When you get into it initially, you get into it through a program that's already kind of like doing stuff. It's not necessarily that you're getting paid for it. Your accommodation's covered, your food's covered, so you're not getting paid money, but you're getting paid like, okay, if you come out and help us out here, we'll cover your food, we'll cover your living expenses, basically. So that's, I did not understand the philanthropy thing. So philanthropy work is basically when you it's like charity. It's kind of like charity. A lot of the philanthropy work is like non-profit organizations. So when you initially get into it, I see you actually sort of like going in under the guise of someone else, but it actually develops where you start to now have your own. This is why I said 5 to 7 years, because 5 years from now you go into it, and then within 2 years from then, like, you're now fighting so hard, you have developed your own thing, your own entity within that charitable like project, basically. So yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, you actually make steady money from doing the other stuff that you're doing. So this is actually like what you do with your spare time, because obviously you're clearly working on passive income. So yeah, God covers you there to make room for here, basically, is what that is. So don't worry. You won't have to worry about money when that situation's actually a thing. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you, guys. That damn Luna. Trust me. Trust me. I'm barely like holding up. I was like, dang, what happened to like my whole composed self? Scorpio full moon was like, she died. I have arrived. Oh my god. Thank you, June. Thanks for stopping into the space and sharing your questions. And your little guide. Let them know, don't just go around peeping in people's houses like that, okay? They were like, oh, I like this one. Let me go get my person. Okay, Mohaha, are you here? Because I don't think you were here last time as well. You were one of the people, I think, that came back at the end, if I'm not mistaken. Who do we have in the room, guys? Because we're getting back onto the free list. Mohaha, are you in the room? Lily Brown, are you here, my love? Ash 13, Smaradina, Sammy. We know Charlie's in the room. Snap, she just posted like 2 minutes ago. Rika. Oh, KT. Oh, Rika and Charlie were going to swap places, Mina, because Rika's time zone's different. That's okay. I'm so very grateful for that. You're so, oh, Mina girl. Don't say all this good stuff during the Scorpio full moon, girl. I'm just gonna be on here for longer crying. Right? Thank you, Ali, for letting it be known that you're out here ready to take your opportunity as God provides it to you. As for Mina needing to leave, that's okay, beautiful. I completely understand. The guides actually said to me 10 minutes that you're gonna 10 minutes ago that you're gonna need to leave soon because you got prayer time, so that's fine. Thank you, beautiful. I appreciate it, and I always receive it with such joy and gratitude. Damn, trust me, these streets, y'all. Whew. These streets can be intense. Who do you have in the room, guys? There's a whole list that may actually just be disseminated. KT, at one point KT was in the room, so KT might come back. I know she tends to pop out and then pop back in and see. I know Kayla popped in earlier, but she's probably going to pop back in another time. Oh, thanks, Ali. Smoradina, you're still here. That's what's up. Love that. Okay. Yes, Chaley. Mina's asking, can you take over for her, please? Can you update the list? Yes, please. Let's see who's here. Smoradinia's here. I don't think the first lot are. And I don't think Sammy's here either. I don't think Rika's even still here as well. Yeah, I don't think Rika's here as well. I think I'm going to have to start doing like an earlier live as well on the weekends because this is something that they've spoken to me about. But my problem is when I come in here, guys, like I don't leave and I've got a whole life. The weekend is the only time I get to live that life. So I'm, yeah, it's a struggle. Thank you, Chaley. Thank you for confirming. I know that you're here. I think we're going to need to redo the list, guys, because I don't think there's many people from the actual list that are still here because we're like 3 hours into the gig. That part. Okay. So, safe to say Mary's not here. Mohaha. Lily Brown. I don't think I saw Mohaha from the start. Lily Brown. I don't know if I did see. Ash, I did see. Yeah. Ash, I saw. And then Smoradina, we know she's in the chat. Sammy, I don't think she's here. Chaley, Rika probably isn't here. Katie will probably pop back in. And Priceless, I'm not too familiar with. That's okay, beautiful. Take your time. Yeah, I don't think Lily is here too. Let's see. Watson, Ash, Meridinia, Chaley. I don't know. Ariona was looking for a slot as well, Mina. When she comes back in the room, I guess we'll kind of like add her into the list, because we have how many spaces? 3. I guess the list got chopped down to like virtually half, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And where are we now with the list? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know that Ash is here as well. I don't know that Ash is here. I haven't seen Ash for a minute. Yeah? Okay. So, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, my love. Yeah. Thank you, Mina. Me too, Charlie. I think it is one of those things. But I think we also have like a short attention span, you know, collectively as well. Yeah, I don't think Ash is here either. Yeah, I think that's probably realistically where we are, actually. Yeah. And I think I'm going to finish up with it like this and just leave that as it is for the night. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Smuradina. Good for you for sticking out and hanging in there. Because you know I take forever, but it's worth it. Thank you, guys. It's amazing. Okay, Smuradina. What's your question, love? I mean, all that chaos actually managed to allow for me to finish my snack. Thank you, Mina. You take care as well. Thank you. We pray for you too. Definitely going to put you on my prayer list for tomorrow morning. Yeah. Sleep well for the both of us. I've been running on 5 hours sleep for like the whole week. It's like Spirit thinks it's funny. That's okay, beautiful. The list got reverted based on who's actually present to receive their opportunities. So here we are. You did that. You did that, Ali. Oh yeah, no. Ali's actually on there. Ali Kia. Just before Ariona. Once we updated the list, managed to make it in. It's going pretty okay. Guys, listen. Sorry, I'm going to have like a whole private conversation. That whole like, can we work on that? Yes, please. Because basically what was happening is that I was a little bit concerned that a spirit like did come and observe through my, because I'm very, very like particular with my guides. Because I know that obviously once I allow for myself to be too seen, then I start to draw in other spirits that I'm really not trying to get their attention. But obviously that spirit that came, it looked like it was like, it looked like it was basically like sourcing a vessel to basically relay a message. And obviously that message that I did relay to June was necessary at the time. So yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that I want my veil basically, because I keep a shield when I'm like in spirit, because yeah, Trust me, I already have so many demon enemies. I don't need no new ones, basically. There's a lot. There's lots of demons where I've taken like families out of their like food chain and stuff like that. So I don't want that. I don't want that. But yes, we're gonna get into it, beautiful. Where's my Okay, so let's go and dive into Smorodinia's question. Okay. I'm gonna remix the questioning, Smorodini, because I think I get what you want to get clarity on. First, we're going to have a look at what his romantic feelings are for you. And then we're going to unpack that and see how things are going to play out with said feelings in play, right? It's the same thing, just different wording. Because what's going on with John, they're basically just going to tell you what's going on right now. Do you know what I mean? But you want to be able to understand. I think what you want to understand is what's going to be happening, really. So I got you. I got you, girl. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you. Right? That part. That part's Meridinia. I do have to stay safe, right? Trust me. Because sometimes there's demons that just come and like live basically and wait for an opportunity where they see that I'm weak, or they try and come and attack me through somebody else that they know has a weaker mind that isn't able to perceive them. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't want that. So I just had to tell the guys, like, I had to be like, yo, you better put my veil back up. Like, shield, definitely. Yeah. He put a song on his Instagram. Okay. Okay, what was the song? What's Gianni's feelings? Okay. Okay. What's Gianni's feelings for Smorodini? Oh, thank you. Thank you. What's this about? Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like trying to get an understanding, right? About the thought process that he's kind of like navigating through with the situation. Okay. So as far as his feelings, unrequited love, obviously, which means that there isn't enough chemistry to kind of keep the relationship going, and he's not necessarily prepared to do the work to actually make the relationship work, which is why he's proven, I guess, to be a little bit untrustworthy. And he himself is navigating through whether or not he actually trusts that decision initially in the first place. I think, and it's nothing per se to do with you, but I think that once he got into it, I think he started to question whether or not he actually really wanted to. Sorry, I could feel this. My channels, my thought process isn't I don't know, my energy is a little bit off up here, my crown. Sorry. Yeah. There we go. Yes. So yeah, I don't think he's willing to do the work in the situation. So I think that that's what's caused him to really kind of lose some trust in the situation and whether or not it's viable to work or whether or not it's likely to work, basically. Because he's not really willing to do the work. He perceives that there isn't really much shot for you guys. You guys don't really have much of an opportunity, basically, to really make the situation work. So I think he's kind of thinking about really like how to kind of manifest. um yeah. I think that this is a situation for him as well, where he's trying to figure out how to navigate through his kind of loneliness, because really that's what's like exhibiting his behavior. He doesn't want to sort of like be alone, but he's also not really good at being committed to anyone or anything really in the situation. It's weird. It's weird. He lies to himself, actually. Just looking at it, like I'm seeing it, he lies to himself. Like I think that with the situation with you, he made it out like to say there were like other factors to the situation that made it so hard for the relationship, but no, it was him. No offense, but I'm saying like it was him in terms of like anything that could have been in support of the relationship, he didn't nurture those as well. So he didn't really do enough to make it work, basically, for the both of you guys. And I think that he's kind of like navigating through his own experience of loneliness, basically. And it's funny because I think that God, I don't want to say penalized him, but I think comically it was just, yeah, it was expected to be that for his natural pattern. Wow. Oh no, Ash. We literally had you at the front of the list. True words, Ash. We had you at the front of the list before Smorodino, so we literally called you not too long ago. We can get you back on the list after Smorodino. Yeah, because you were on the list before Smorodino. But stick around, Ash. Stick around. I think it's just one of those things as well, because I knew that I saw you in the chat earlier, but I couldn't see you after a while. Sorry. Oh, you girls gonna need a loo break as well after Smorodino's reading. Okay, loo is obviously over here in the UK we call it loo, but yeah, toilet break. Okay, I'm gonna need a hall pass, y'all. That part. But yes, yeah, he did just let it go. I think he did just let it go, beautiful. I think it's interesting because he was trying to basically be hopeful about like going through a new phase of being lonely again and what this is. Basically, I think once he realized that he had to do work in the situation, he was sorry, I'm like they're showing me a little process, right? It's a process of fishing. So they're showing me you go fishing, and then he kind of like he went fishing, he caught you, and then as he was reeling you in, he was deciding whether or not he likes that type of fish, right? And then when he got you in, he was pondering on how does he sort of like navigate through the process, like with this fish, because it's a new fish, right? And he's trying to think, okay, I'm okay to try this fish and sample this fish, but I don't know if I want to commit to now like coming out and catching this fish all the time. You know what I mean? Like this species of fish. So yeah, he threw the fish back in the water. sorry, I'm such a loser. But honestly, I couldn't help myself. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Smurodinho. But no, he threw the fish back in the water because I think that he wasn't prepared to be the type of trusting person that you deserve, basically. And the universe, I think, is almost trying to tell you that he's not to be trusted, unfortunately. So let's see how will things actually sort of play out with you guys. Let's see that part of the situation, actually. Mm. Hey, Sammy. Oh, snap, Sammy. You back as well. Girl. Dang. All right. So, Gianni, what's going on with Gianni? So what we want to find out now is how will this situation or scenario play out with Gianni? It was to call in some new fishes. Beautiful. I'm gonna put some cards on it, don't worry. Yeah, how do you see things playing out with Gianni and Smurodina moving forward? Thank you. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay. So they're saying as far as right, that part. The song was saying that he is still here. Oh, I'm gonna pull on that. I'm gonna pull on that, beautiful. I think I'm tickled because I'm like, oh, and he's trying to sort of like, yeah, he's back in the waters. Okay, he's back in the water, looking for fresh fish. Oh, that's too funny. As far as the situation, my love, they're sort of showing me that the romance situation is not very organized for you guys moving forward. So there'll continue to be a lot of blocked emotions, a lot of like suppressed emotions to kind of just about get by and navigate through the process of the day. Um, are you guys back in communication like that? Like, what's the situation? Answer me that as well. Because they're speaking to me about it and I'm trying to get it into context. Sorry. My name was after Smurdy. Yeah. The list, we just updated the list. I was just saying to Ash, we literally just updated the list. I said to Ash as well, I think Ash was before Smurodina, and you would have been after Smurodina on the list. But we just updated the list. Where are we? I am gonna say to you guys as well, obviously I know that you guys are regulars, so I'm going to allow you guys to sort of get back into the rhythm of the list and stuff like that. But obviously when you guys go, if you miss your turn, unfortunately, it just becomes somebody else's go. Because I guess they're sticking around trying to see if they can get an opportunity, much like Ali did. Okay, snaps for Ali. Okay. Ali stuck it out in the room and got an opportunity on the list. Love that. But we will kind of get the list back rolling to where it was. Okay. Let me see. No communication. Yeah. And that's that. Why I asked that question is because they were basically just kind of saying to me that with the situation for the most part. Like, it's not necessarily that. Yeah, it's not necessarily that. I don't know that he's coming back into the space or anything like that, basically. Yeah. But I'm going to get some romance guidance for you on how to navigate the space, that part, right? Because we all want to know that aspect to the situation. So what happens now? Okay, so what is the advice for Smaradinia as she navigates through the process? Be assertive. Okay. And I get that. I get why that is a thing as well with this person. Okay. Don't stop. I guess within the next few weeks, you're going to need to continue to be assertive. There's a reason why you let the situation go. You don't need to reconsider it. It is working in your favor for the long term. Oh, you'd probably be back on the list. Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, you'd probably be back on the list. I said to Ash, because she was before we literally just before we started Smaradinia's reading, Ash came up, I guess, and we said, oh no, like Ash isn't here. And I don't think, because obviously if we didn't see Ash, I figured that you're probably not in the space as well, Sammy. So we kind of moved you both off the list before. But I think that who else wasn't on the list as well? Mahaha and Lily Brown freed up the space for two. And that seems to be the rhythm that we've been navigating through, basically, which is why I'd say, okay, cool. We can get Ash and Sammy back in, sort of like, I guess, to be fair, we'll probably have to, let me see. Where are we on the list? Sorry, I'm going back to check the list. There's Maradinia, Chaley, KT, Ali, and Ariona, who actually isn't here as well. I don't know. I haven't seen Ariona for a minute, so I'm not sure she's going to come back into the room. I just kind of like threw her name out there. So it was her and Ali who got the 2 free spots on the actual list. Okay, so that's fine. We will have Ash and Sammy, I guess. Yeah, we're gonna have Ash and Sammy added back to the list. I'll probably put you guys after Chaley, get hers done and out the way, and then I've got you guys' stuff afterwards. Whereabouts are you guys? I think I know that are you Trinidad as well, Sammy? Let me get an understanding as well, because I know Rika couldn't be in the space, even though Rika wanted to be, boy. Like, Rika was trying to get the reading, but the time zones are so different. It's a challenge. I wanted to try with him, actually, but he just let it go. That's why when I saw that song, I wondered if it was a sign for me. Unfortunately, not. Beautiful. I don't think that he wants anything seriously. I think he just likes fishing. And I'm not saying that like to be funny, but I'm being serious. Like, I think he just enjoys fishing. I think he likes the attention of being in situations where there's women that are attracted to him because it makes him feel better about himself. So that's a part of the struggle with the situation as well. Right? Yeah. He's not good for you, my love. I know that, like, obviously there's an attraction, but he doesn't want to change. He doesn't like want to work on the things that you basically need in a partnership. Like a partnership to start off with. Do you see what I'm saying? And you have to question as well, as far as like yourself in the process, because I myself like have situations where, you know, when God closes the door, I'm like, well, why did you do that, and this, that, and the third, and then I go back and open the door, and then it's like, shit, I should have left that closed. You know what I mean? It's one of those types of situations. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, though, my love. Sorry that I didn't have more positive news for you. I am going to hit the loo, y'all. Okay. I'm going toilet, basically. I'm showing my hall pass and I'm getting out. Right? And we shall see. Okay, so yeah, that's so bad. And I think obviously you have to choose, I guess, people that has the same value system as you when it comes to that, because unfortunately you get the person you have, not necessarily the potential. You know, you can't like be with potential. You can only hope to nurture potential into manifestation, basically. So yes, you might have had potential for some of the things that you saw, but you can't have a relationship with potential, girl. That part. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you both. Oh, Priceless is off the list. Yeah. Oh, Priceless. I don't know if Priceless is in the room. Priceless, I don't think is here anymore. We replaced Priceless with Ariona, I think, Chaley. Thank you. Oh, are you letting the other two go before you? Yeah, Chaley? I don't know if Rika's still in the room either, my love. I'm not gonna lie. I think Rika's like in India or Pakistan. I'm not sure. I know it's okay. So the list. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna do this quickly before I go to the. You are on the list, Ariana. Don't worry, girl. Because we did have two people basically that phased out. So we did manage to get a space for you and Ali in the process. Yeah. We had Lily Brown and I believe it was who else? Lily Brown and Mohaha. Yeah, they phased out. There we go. There we go. Oh, look at the little fairies. I hate you. I know. I see what had happened. It was like the previous list that actually sort of like came up, and I was like, oh, when I was like looking at the list, they were like, oh, she's doing something to it. I was like, okay, cool. I like it. I like it. Okay, y'all. We just don't be playing about our spots. You are lucky, Ali. You are lucky. Okay. You've been out here. You put that work in. You put the time in. Ash, get your question ready for me, girl. I'm gonna go to the toilet, get myself all nice and ready, and I'll be back. Okay? Snap. Let go. Ooh. Woo. Right, guys. Is back. Hit me with it. Ash, where you at? Did she leave? Oh, okay. Where are we on the list then? You are on the list. No, you are lucky. You're good. You got in on the list. I think Ash and Sammy's gone again. Okay, so this is where we're at. Shaylee, Katie, I think it was Ali and then Ariana. Yeah. Well, Ariana and then Ali, actually, because Ariana came in before Ali. But yeah, that's the new list. I'm sorry, Shaylee. I think Sam and Ash, because they're both from Trinidad, I think they both sort of said, okay, next time. That's fine. I got more snacks, y'all. Now I'm going to get my chocolate fix. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Nicely done. Okay, so this is the new list, guys. This is what we're working with. Sorry, Charlie wants the link, don't you, beautiful? I always keep forgetting to put the link in the chat, y'all. Okay. Oh, can I do Ariana first? Okay, go on, Ariana. Oh, Sammy's here. Okay, Sammy, go for you. Where's Ash? Did Ash leave the room? She gone? Oh, it says she can put her question out. If she's gone, then you can pop your question in. You're next, Ash. Sorry. There we go. Sometimes I can't see how many people are actually on the live. Sometimes it just looks like there's less people. It doesn't pick up. Yeah, Ash is going to type her question. I think I popped the thingy in the chat. Oh, I didn't. My bad. Just in case. That's the link, y'all. For anybody who wants to come on live and chop it up. Okay, so this is Ash's question. This is where we're at. Remember when I told you about my friend asking me if she can ask my ex, Aquarius, out? Yeah. Well, she isn't speaking to me at the moment because our last conversation, she sent me a screenshot of where my ex asked her out. Okay. Okay. Cool. Now that I'm up to date, what's the question? Oh. Ash, Sammy, and KT. Yeah. And she replied to him, she would go out with him. I replied, oh, well, he must have run out of options. So he was asking you now. Okay. Me too, girl. Trust me, Charlie. The moral compass is skewed. I just want to know what is really going on between them. Let's go and dive into it. What's going on with the friend and the ex? Okay. Okay. What's going on with the friend and the ex? Okay. Okay. Mm. Mm. Oh, hey, Katie. Good to know that you're here, beautiful. Um, yeah, we did say you might pop back in. So yeah, you're on the list, beautiful. That's what's up. Love that. Love, love, love. Okay. From what I'm seeing on the cards, right? Like, as far as the situation, we've got the wild card out, but at the bottom of the deck, we've got the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So this is speaking about like missed opportunities. Friend is looking at it like she's about to like benefit from your missed opportunities. She's physically, I guess, attracted to this person. And I think that unfortunately, is there an element of jealousy? Yes, there's an element of jealousy. It's something that she tries, I guess, her best to navigate through. But I think she feels like there's something about your presence. So there is an element of feeling threatened, I guess, by you. I think it's one of those situations. No, it's okay, Ali. Don't worry. Ali, don't worry, you're good. The list is what it is at the minute. Everybody that's here is on the list. You don't have to worry. Your space is secure. Don't worry. The people that we knew that weren't on the list, they weren't on the list. I knew that they weren't going to come back. Mohaha, because that had been a pattern the last couple of times when we lost a couple of slots. It was Mohaha and Lily Brown. So they were already like navigating through that pattern. So you're good. You and Ariona sort of got their place. Okay? Don't worry about it. You're good. Yeah, girl. She was jealous all along, basically. Back to Ash, sorry. Jealous all along. I think that your presence kind of like brought out an element of insecurity within her, and I think it was something that she constantly tried to navigate through. But because you're so very firm, basically, you're strong and solid in your belief system, and you're not wishy-washy, basically. And I think with her, she kind of she is a quality that she admires, I guess, about you, but at the same time she feels threatened. So I think that she told me she won't cross that boundary with me, but yet on the screenshot she said she would go out with him. Girl, the fact that you are even having the conversation lets it be known where we are with situations. And I'm not gonna lie, like I've played that role. I've played that role when I was like a lot younger and more fragile in mind, where it was a seed that was planted by someone that I trusted. So that led me off the wrong path, basically, because that's not my moral compass. But what I will say with the situation with this person, okay, Ariana, thanks for the heads up. I can't with you. I see you, girl. I was thinking the same thing when she sent me that screenshot. Yeah, yeah. I think it's one of those things that she literally, it's like she's been restless about, like, she compares herself to you a lot, basically. I don't know if you realize this, but she compares herself to you a lot. So a lot of the times she's kind of like restless, thinking about how things doesn't seem to be working out for her, but how it's always working out for you, and why is it always working out for you, and how can she basically benefit from some of that energy, like kind of like this in essence, respectfully, right? I'm not saying it's just a relationship of convenience for her, but it is definitely a relationship of convenience for her. I think that she likes to be able to kind of like benefit from being in the shadow of your light, even though it one intimidates her, but also because it triggers an inferiority complex. but also because again, morally, there's like a skewed moral compass on her end, which is why it triggers an inferiority complex, right? Yeah, that part too, girl, that part too. Okay, with the situation, like she looks at it like it's a missed opportunity for you. Like it's a missed opportunity for you. Okay, missed opportunity for you. Okay, the moon's in Taurus. Well, now it's in Gemini, to be fair. Like, yeah, now it's actually in Gemini, but the Taurus new moon is what we're sort of like moving through that energy this season. Yeah, yeah. For you, no. So what I'm saying is, missed opportunity. Yeah, that's how she looks at it. Missed opportunity for you to get the bag, to get the bag. Okay. Because that's kind of like her focus with the situation. She feels like now I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna luxuriate. This is gonna be something that I get to be able to kind of like everything that he was wanting to do. Listen, this was just something to really be able to just show you where you guys are in terms of situations, you know. I think because that is her mindset that she does generally tend to go for men with money. So her motivations did skew her moral compass a little bit, unfortunately. Um, so yeah, I mean, how do you feel about losing the friendship? Because I have to say the friendship's lost because I don't know that you guys can come back from this, to be honest. I don't know that she's like going to be able to hold your moral values with discipline. So I do think it's the end of the friendship. How's that for you? Yeah. I just had to like I had to ask that question because obviously everything changes from here. Like nothing's the same from here. Yeah, nothing's the same from here. Nothing's the same from here. So her motives on the situation, the best way that I can explain it to you, and I'm going to use a biblical reference because I can't help but be who I am, Shakima, right? It's like how with the story of Jesus, Prophet Isa, right? He I have been picking up that she would pursue him. Yeah. It's like how when Jesus knew that like the timeline of what was manifesting had been infiltrated by a dark spirit. So the spirit, unfortunately, here in this space for you guys was the spirit of competition. And then also she had a very materialistic spirit as well. She's also pretty vain. There's like lots of components to this concoction, basically. And because of that, I don't know that she stood much of a chance, to be fair. I think she was a very weak mind to begin with. So I don't know that she stood much chance to be able to sort of like actually show you what she's made of type thing and like, you know, project her loyalty to you. Instead, she just kind of like showed you that her loyalty is, you know, to herself and what her desires are and what her, you know, circumstances that she's looking to manifest is. Like she's focused on her ideals, basically. Hey, Alice, how are you doing, my love? I think the list is closed. Beautiful. The list is closed, but tune in maybe next week and see if you can make it in on the list. It's always changing around here. So yeah. But we'll catch you. Yes, Ash. So I'm going to remove her ads from my life. Oh, ass. Get you. YouTube probably autocorrect. She's seriously ass. Yes, but God gave you the opportunity to see this now, so that you can move accordingly moving forward. I don't think that I think she was an opportunist spirit disguised through the element of friendliness. And I think we have to be mindful of these types of presence. Like being friendly. This was one of the classes that God taught me, and it was so very powerful. It moved my life in so many ways. Um, the difference between friendly and being a friend, right? People that are friendly, it's great. You have associates. A friend, however, depending on what you're looking for in your friendship and what friendship values you're holding yourself, um, they're completely different standards of life. There's people that I made friends before actually like allowing for them to earn that title. Do you see what I'm saying? They both suit each other, wish them the best. They both got, they both going to horn each girl. I guess it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, like the spirit of lust showed the colors of your friendship dynamic and really kind of like let you know where you guys really are versus I guess where because with the opportunist spirit, what it does, it has a tendency to basically like take in everything in the atmosphere. It observes everything, so it learns how to like play everyone basically. And when I say play, just press the right button so that people can see a version of them that they're obviously trying to project. So they wear a mask, and usually they are like just people who move. Their relationships are constantly based on being relationships of convenience. It's very difficult for them to make bonds where they're able to kind of like understand loyalty. Does a friend have any siblings? Like, what's that dynamic? Let me ask you that question. I'm gonna follow and send a whole paragraph cussing how out. I can be crazy. Girl, you be both. My Pisces mouth. Oh, Alice, the list is closed, my love. Sorry. We did. We did. I did sort of mention. I'm sorry, my love. The list is closed. You'll probably have to tune in next week and see if you can get into the room. At the minute, we're on Ash 13. Speaking of the new moon, great time for a new moon manifestation, girl. Trust me, that part, right? That part. There's so much that this Taurus new moon energy is going to help us to stabilize as well because it's like in the third decan. So it's a lot of old seeds actually for this one. You want old seeds, like seeds that are a little bit further on their trajectory of manifesting because they've already been planted some time ago. I am highly protected. That part, beautiful. And I think that that's really what is occurring in this space. I feel like God's really trying to show you who is for you and maybe potentially who isn't for you. I think with the situation as well, this was a whole spirit of lust coming into this space. And then there was a spirit of greed that was already present. So God just revealed to you the faces of the people that you were around. That's all. Let's see what the guidance is for you in navigating the situation, my love. What's the guidance for our girl, Ash? Okay. Let go and let God. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Trust me. Like, sometimes people don't really know themselves, and because they're not really honest with themselves about the spirits that they're in contracts with, it makes it difficult for us to kind of lead healthy relationships as well, because people will gaslight you for telling them like really what is going on, because their perception is something else. And sometimes people gaslight because they really genuinely cannot see themselves, because they refuse to. Delusion is such an illness, but it can also be a benefit. It's supposed to be a coping mechanism. That's how it developed within the collective in the first place. But now we just use it in abuse of it. So it's unfortunate, but the guidance for you, my love, is to pretty much forgive, and you will need to continue to forgive over the course of the next few months because it's going to be crucial. This situation kind of is what it is. It was supposed to be what it. So the inevitable basically is the season that we're in. And like, I can't like really put this across to people enough. Especially with what's about to come to light during the Taurus new moon as well. The inevitables is what is the season that we're sort of sitting in at the minute. So any variables that were always kind of like heightened in probability to attract to each other, those things are going to come into manifestation. So she loves money. He likes a shallow, vain person, because he doesn't necessarily want anything too serious. So you are right. They are a good match, essentially speaking. Vibrationally, they're a good match. So yeah, I was talking to her former friend earlier this week, and he told me she is weak-minded. Yeah, very weak-minded. She will sleep with anyone to get what she wants. Yeah, she is an Aries. Oh, sometimes it can be a little bit of a challenging quality because obviously Aries is the first in the zodiac. So the initial, I guess, perception of the ego of the Aries is to sort of like identify with self. So sometimes it can be really tricky for them to even understand boundaries with others. And I have to say, when I say them, I don't mean it in a derogative way or anything like that. I just mean these are some of, just like how Pisces has like certain defects basically that we come with. Because I see my Aries friend, it's something that she worked with like initially when we first got together, because it was something that we both required for the friendship to work, basically. Yeah. We looked at each other's charts and we was like, okay, this is what I'm going to work on. This is what I'm going to work on. What are you going to work on? I can't, we had that conversation like you do in relationships, to sort of figure out how to navigate through the actual relationship. Her own friend slept with her man recently and she was hurt. Oh my God. So do you understand what's playing out at the minute? Hurt people hurt people. So do you understand what you just said? She's basically giving you the script of her pain, unfortunately. Luckily for you, you guys didn't actually, and she told me she will never do that to me or any of her friends, but here we are. Never say never, in the words of Justin Bieber. Never say never. Sorry, I have the background music playing in my mind right now. But yeah, that girl reminds me more of a Scorpio or Leo than an Aries. You're right there too, girl. You're right there too. I think it's one of those things, though. Obviously, these are just qualities that can be activated, like you said, because she's just recently gone through this hurt. She can't really give you what she doesn't have, unfortunately. What she has is this hurt of somebody else basically going with her, like her friend going with. This is like the Jezebel spirit moving through the collective, unfortunately. But hey, what can we do? I mean, the way that I see it, unfortunately, I have to say unfortunately, but the way that I see it is like obviously all of these spirits are trying to have an experience and they are trying to come through whatever host they can, whenever they can. So obviously the Jezebel spirit is out here like running rife. Um, No, I know what you mean, beautiful. I know what you mean. They can be very manipulative, very manipulative. This is why me and my friend had to like, we sat down and we had to like literally say, okay, these are my character flaws. These are my character flaws. What are we going to do about them? Because this isn't going to gel with that. That's not going to gel with that. If we want this to work long term, we're going to have to fix these things. And we continue to like update things that needs to be done. Daniel is a Jezebel. I was just about to say, like, the Jezebel spirit's also like moving through the X as well in the situation. So yeah, yeah, yeah. Lots of Jezebels out here, trust me, and men flock to them also, definitely. So what happens with the Jezebel spirit, it teams up with the siren spirit. So then the siren spirit through the pheromones like pulls in any, so if a man is like weak in his contract with the spirit of lust, and he also has contracts with being a bit of a Jezebel, then they start feeding off each other, unfortunately. It's a whole crazy show out here, man, I'm telling you. I've dealt with water tines that turned on me and out of nowhere and stabbed me in the back, and most of them are women. Yeah, I don't not agree with you, because this is something, like I said, I even say to people like, oh, I see this is something that I worked on maybe 2 years ago, and I'm still on the journey of that. You know what I mean? But yeah, Ash, I'm sorry, beautiful. I'm sorry. This was just the inevitable, my love. He always had the potential to be this much of a. I'm trying to find nice words. It's a struggle. But he did always have a potential of showing up this way, basically, and it's unfortunate. But now you know, and now life can just be easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. That part. Sorry, I can't even take myself seriously sometimes. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. It seems like the whole thing is going to just kind of play out for you over the course of the next few months, because it is going to like hurt you and scar your ego, unfortunately. Um, but yeah, I'm sorry, my love. Yeah. Mm. I know that. I know. No, that's okay. That's okay. I know that it probably seemed like a shock, but honestly, it wasn't inevitable. They had a lot of the same. They are probably better suited, morally speaking, than you are with him. Yeah. Yeah. They're probably morally aligned. So, you know. Oh, Alice. You will have to wait until we get to the end of the list and I'll see how I feel. I doubt that I'll be able to fit you in on the list, my love. I'm not going to lie. We're like 4 hours in. Yeah. He will have to use Viagra soon. Listen, trust me. The Jezebel spirit. Listen. Yeah, exactly. 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 I might be in here for another 2 hours, basically. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. When I read, like we go into details clearly. I didn't realize that you were sort of still here, sort of like watching. But definitely tune in. Like we're usually live on a weekly basis, and I'm gonna start getting into these YouTube streets a lot more, but my gang's giving me some time to optimize to be becoming that girl. I'm Pisces, okay? So I'm working on consistency. But catch us next week, and hopefully we'll be able to think, because I did catch you on the assignment list, Alice. That was a name that was mentioned to me probably 2 weeks ago on my assignment list. So I know that we're aligned. There you go, Pisces gang. Exactly. Exactly, beautiful. So with the situation, I'd say tune in. I'm sure that things will kind of align itself accordingly next week. When I put these posts out, I usually sort of like put it up on my community tab to let the guys know to come and start like getting the list together. So do that so that you can come in here and we can chop up whatever it is that like my guides was pre-warning me, I guess, about our alignment. We shall see. Whatever it is that you're kind of like pondering on right now as well probably needs to play out. They're saying there's probably another like 2 weeks of that situation. Okay. That's okay, Ash. Thank you. Okay, thank you, beautiful, for coming in and like sharing the question with us so that we can really unpack it, because it seems like, girl, that was a whole cocktail of like real dark demons. You don't even want to be in that space. Like serious shit. You don't even want to be in that space. Like, you know, I think that God really was just like giving you an opportunity to plan ahead for your future, to understand who is and isn't a part of that future. So we give thanks, that part. Right, Sammy. I think Sammy put out her question before. Let me see if I can find it again. Sammy, if you're here, you might have to repost, girl. There's only so much me and Archangel Samuel can do. Where is it? Oh, that the question, Sam? You want to stick with that question? The truth was revealed. No, you don't want to be in that space. You don't want to be in that space, beautiful. It's only a matter of time before these types of spirits actually like show their faces, because they can only keep the mask on for so long. Like they can't breathe under there. Do you know what I mean? They only like pick it up every so often to feed, and then they keep it back down because, trust me, there's lots of other situations further down the line where she would have like just been like jealous. She couldn't help herself. Like she was just intimidated by your light. It's just a thing, unfortunately. Sammy, are you here, my love? Is this your question? Are you still happy with that question? Do you want another question? What are we doing? Let me go to my minstrels. Oh, is Sammy not in the room? Is she gone? Is she gone again? I can't keep up. Samantha, your guards are calling for you. Sorry. That's literally what I heard. I heard them say, Samantha. Is she gone? Okay. Okay. That's why I wanted to be able to kind of I hadn't seen her. Okay. Okay. Okay, there we go. Thank y'all. Teamwork. All that lot. She is back. Da-dum. Wow. You guys are really dealing with some. Are you in Trinidad as well, Sammy? Because it seems like you guys are really dealing hardcore with this Jezebel spirit out there. I know it's everywhere, don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's no coincidence that you guys are connected and experiencing this dynamic of being on the receiving end of the experience of the Jezebel spirit. But what's your question? Okay. 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 That's crazy. That is crazy. So what do you want to know then, beautiful? Do you want to know about the situation to do with them? And how that situation, the Jezebel spirit, is moving through people that are weak. It's interesting. Auntie's lonely. Auntie's lonely. This is a very high probability. But is that your question, Sammy? Do you want to know what's going on in that space? Now I'm having to keep my voice down, guys, because my voice, like, because obviously I'm designed to like speak, my projection's very good. So now I have to like try super hard not to overly project. Okay. Do you want me to answer the I think she wants to know about her spiritual gifts. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you, Ash. Okay. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure out how to format the question. She said she's posting. Okay, okay, okay. Because I'm like trying to figure out. Okay. Take your time, girl. I might help myself to another snack. I think I can. I think I can. So I think like what I'm seeing is trying to sort of like understand which of her spiritual senses are activated versus which may potentially still be on the lock and key, pretty much. So yeah. Mm. Sorry, Sammy. So you want me to basically sort of like put into context the spiritual gifts, I guess, that you have? You don't actually only have you don't have just in dreams, you actually have the gift of prophecy in itself as well. Um Prophets run on your lineage. Prophets run on your lineage. 2 generations back. Mm, mm. 2 generations back. So prophets run on your lineage. The dreaming is just a state that you're receiving a lot of the downloads that you're receiving now because you have a lot of doubt. So it's a little bit of a difficulty for you to be able to like, because you're already activated subconsciously. And when I say subconsciously, it means that this is more of a genetically induced state of awareness as opposed to something that you're kind of like consciously having to do, right? It's a default setting for your human. Right, consider it. So from 2 generations ago, that would be not mum, but grandma, right? Grandma had the ability to prophesy. And that generation is now 3. Oh, I think Sam's dealing with like a lack. I think she's dealing with a lack. I think she's dealing with a lag because the question, she's following up on the questions a little bit late. There may be a little bit of a delay on her end, unfortunately. I don't know how like instant I am, but yeah. Grandma from, I want to say mum's side. Okay, yeah, they're saying mum's side. Actually always had the ability of foresight. It was one of her strengths in terms of how she was able to plan. So you have the ability of foresight. It's just at the minute, because of the doubt, that's what I was saying, because of the doubt that you experience, it puts you in a position a lot of the times where you question what it is that you're receiving. So a lot of the times you have to get these when your senses pick up on the information, when your spiritual senses pick up on the information, you kind of have to receive, I guess, clarity on the download, because it's almost like disbelief. Things like shock, you have certain coping mechanisms basically that you do to process information. So a lot of the times you dismiss a lot of things, which means that that's generally how you deal with situations. In essence, you probably dismiss it before you process it, you might go back to process it eventually in bits and pieces, but compartmentalizing is probably definitely a pattern for you, which is why being the type, I guess, of human that you are, you also have the clairaudient senses as well. They're like, you guys, it's a part of your ability to be a prophet, your lineage, they're saying, has been doing that for light years. It was funny because they were showing me like generations and generations. Like that was funny. I literally saw it on this side of my mind's eye. But oh God, sometimes like, especially when I start channeling for like long periods of time, this is why I try and come in and come out, guys, because like my human literally has to navigate through all of this stuff consciously. So it's a challenge. But that's okay. So one of the things that they're saying is that when it comes to like your clear okay. Clairaudience senses is there, but it's not, there's a trust issue there. So there's a doubt issue with the clairvoyant sense, right? Because okay, so the spiritual senses are all the clairs, basically. Get it? That's so funny, right? The clairs, because they clarify reality. So the clairvoyant sense is actually being blocked by the spirit of doubt. The clairaudient sense is being blocked by I guess it's an extension of the spirit of doubt, but this is more a case of like not trusting the process. This is fully doubt. So this could potentially be like irrational thought process, basically. Oh, I don't believe that. I heard that, or I don't think that I can do that. So those types of irrational fears, basically, is what's blocking your clairaudient sense. And they're saying to me that your clairsentient is also like already previously activated. So that's like the ability to actually like sniff out information, which is funny. Because it's like the sperm actually knows where to go and meet the egg by sniffing it out. It's a spiritual sense, right? It's like, I smell a baby, let me go and fertilize it. Sorry, I can't help myself. You guys know me by now, okay? Dad jokes. But yes, with the situation, they did say that the clear sentient scent is also activated, but it is your ability to speak up. Like sometimes there's information that comes to you, like you can actually like sense, you can sense a situation, and because you're kind of I guess it's a lack of education with that one, to be fair. It's a lack of education with that one because you don't necessarily know that you're doing these things sometimes. Sometimes you can kind of like put it to the back of your mind. And again, like I said, dismiss it, right? But you're actually naturally gifted. Genetically speaking, it's a genetic predisposition for at least these three. So that means that your third eye chakra and your throat chakra are actually genetically passed on. You have, that's pretty optimized, basically, those two chakras. Interesting. They're also speaking to me about like the clear cognizance, which is like a spiritual knowing, like you know what the situation is, basically. And sometimes it's not even through a vision or anything that you're hearing, it's through the kinetic field. It's literally the senses that are going on. But you need to develop these things, Sam. I'm not gonna lie, because they say, yeah, but she needs to develop these things because they're there, but they're just dormant. She does things, but she doesn't really, she doesn't like train and kind of like practice with it. If anything, she's a little bit shy with it. That's what's making her a little bit scared sometimes in terms of like, oh, what will she kind of like, see and do and experience, and how real would it be? And, how will it impact people and stuff like that? So I think those are some of the factors to the situation where they're like, yeah, mm, no, these things are there, but you also still have to activate it. The You need to get your dynamic with the doubt and trusting yourself, your instincts, your intuition, because your spirit of discernment as well is off because of that trust factor. Because the spirit of discernment requires, firstly, for you to be comfortable in your ability to basically negate left, right, these types of situations, left, right, yeah. To negate these situations, right? So you're actually very gifted. That's not bad. That's like 4 out of 7. That's not bad. You know what I mean? um yeah, 7, 8 actually. Yeah, 7, 8. I think there's one as well, additionally speaking. Oh, I need to go back deep into this. Like, I literally like trained on this stuff like years ago. I'm surprised I even remember this stuff, to be fair. Like, I mean, I know, but you know what I mean at the same time? Like, when you start to revisit old information, you're like, oh, I retained that. When you surprise yourself. But yeah. So you're actually fairly gifted, my love. I think it's a case of you being able to develop your senses, and being able to kind of like be comfortable in being aware of your senses and being able to kind of like articulate and delegate accordingly. Because, like, I've said this to you guys before, when a spirit gets like vessels that they can utilize to be able to communicate. You saw the spirit come, check in, see me up at the window, went and called June and was like, girl, I need you to come in here because I need you to prepare. Like, this is some serious stuff. Yes, beautiful. Dive into it. Dive into it, because then they'll be able to kind of like put it into context. But seriously, I'm gonna put out video as well and like start to like do some training for you guys as well on how to sort of like really develop some of these senses as well. I'm lacking, guys, but don't worry. You guys are being patient with me, which I appreciate. But I'm gonna like probably summertime is when I'll have capacity. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm doing the 2 jobs thing until the end of June, and then July I'll have some capacity to be able to start like bringing out some of that type of content pre-filmed for you guys, because it's a very, very important part, especially for like the times that we're living in. But yeah, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you. I didn't even need any cards on that one because they were showing me, like, they basically just automatically. So that's why when Ash asked me, because she could see that I'm up there, like up there in the 5D, I'm like, oh, because they were showing me like your energy body, and they were showing me basically just the layers of self that's actually like lit up, right? But the layers that are also sort of like sleeping, basically, they're deactivated, they're dormant. So still have some work in certain areas, because once one can get all of the senses actually activated and cohesive together and in their workings, life is a different ball game, completely different ball game. So yeah, but I hope that that was useful for you, my love. Definitely hope that that was useful for you. Okay, so here we are with the list. We have Chaley, Katie, Ariona, and Ali. Damn. We still have like 4 people left. Snap. Okay, let's do this, y'all. Let's dive into it. Interesting. Interesting. No, you good. You good. You good. Katie, go on, girl. Go on. Oh yeah, you put out your question. Let me just put your question up. That would be easy, right? That part. Hold on, guys. You girl's gonna have a chocolate break, right? So, hmm, hmm. Okay. Let's talk about it. Oh, interesting. Interesting. That's okay, Sammy. Thank you, my love. Mm. 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 Sorry, I'm receiving the download. I know I'm sat here like having my little snack, but I'm actually receiving the download. And they're telling me and putting it into context as well. Hmm. Okay. So, mm, mm. Sorry, y'all. I'm like literally taking it in. There was a few because they were sorry. I literally just got trapped in a time bubble there for a minute. I actually even forgot that you were here because I was like going with the story that they were showing me. So, for the most part, beautiful. Your a lot of your current interests were actually um career sort of transitions. The way that they were telling me, they were like, oh, and this soul, because they were showing me like this soul like really love to do mediumship. They took me on a timeline where that was a thing for you, with the mediumship, and how to actually like go through the process. You taught other people how to be able to open their vessels, to like let the you taught them how to like acknowledge abundance of spirits. Hey Alice, I think how much is it? I think it's three. Is it £3, guys? I don't even know. It's in the chat, Alice. It's £3 for a one question donation. And I'm questioning if I can even get through these 4 questions. But we shall see. God will give me the energy, right? I've got church tomorrow. It's a challenge. 10:30 in the morning. I think I shall be sleeping in, unfortunately. It shall be a church from home for me tomorrow, I'm afraid. We shall be sleeping. Yeah. But yes, Chaley. Oh, beautiful. It was so amazing. It was so amazing. I saw you oh, you were like pulling forth oh, you were summoning a lot of presence basically from people. You did you yourself actually did exorcisms on other timelines. At least 3 lifetimes back, you were an exorcist. You used to sort of like remove, but your process was different. And when I say um I'm literally asking the guides, like, yo, like, what are we doing for time? Because I'm out here like 4.5 hours. I'm talking about Cheney's question. Sorry, guys. I've been out here for like 4.5 hours. I'm like, what are you guys doing? I don't know if I even have the capacity to be able to kind of like think, but I'm conscious of the fact that I know that Alice was on the assignment list. It may be a situation. If you do donate, Alice, I might have to just do you a reading tomorrow and send you over a link, basically. It would be a private reading. You wouldn't necessarily, you get the one question. See, like how we have this dialogue back and forth. You wouldn't necessarily get that, but I am still very good at picking up what needs to be done because I read for myself. So trust and believe that's actually why my readings take so long. Um, because I know how to get to the nitty gritty, because I'm used to dealing with how my spirits treat me and how they give me riddles for me to answer. It's like, I just asked you a question. Just answer my question. Please. Please. Sorry. But no. Katie? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Listen, I'm like, we need to know what's going on, y'all. Show me. Trust me. There's times I'm a tarot reader as well, but my thoughts and anxieties sometimes meddle with my intuition. That part, you're not lying there. That's why it's a bit of a challenge to sort of like read for yourself, because obviously you want whatever you want, right? But see, the thing with my guides is when I start telling myself a story, they're like, no, 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 mama, 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 no, no, no. That's the ideal. Skew that perception just to the left a little bit, okay? And there you go. Here's the truth. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? That's not what I want. But no, it's fine. My emotions can get in the way. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Like, trust me, my emotions get in the way. We're all human. I guess we're all sort of like guilty of that one, right? We're all like out here professing and confessing like our human nature. Oh, my human gets in my way when I'm trying to like get some clarity. Um, but no, I think so. I don't read for myself, Katie. Trust me, like you're very good. The thing about reading for yourself is that you do what you do for everybody else. You don't read yourself. You let the guides read, and then you let them keep you on the track of what is actually like the idealistic versus the reality of, because like trust me, yeah, like sometimes I'm like, oh, and this is sometimes I do a reading and then I'm so sad and I'm like, guys, that's not what I wanted to hear. I'm sorry that I even like did the reading. They were like, we told you not to even go and just let the thing play out. And I was like, I know, but I just wanted to know. so, so sometimes that dynamic can be very, very sketchy. But it's interesting because, one of the things that they're sort of like showing me about the situation with you as well, Katie, sorry, because the guys are basically, I was there. When you see me do that, like that's my clear sentient sort of like activating as well, because now they're starting to like, I could snip out the information, but they just kind of like brought me back in. Sorry. They were like, yeah, and remember what you came here for. Okay, you're talking about time. That's literally what they just said to me. They're like, you're talking about time. This is why we go off track all the time, because you're constantly getting distracted. But they know, okay? Pisces, many tangents. Okay, and I'm a magpie. I'm going to go to every single tangent that I can find. But anyways, so what they were sort of showing me with the situation, right? You were actually, oh my god, there's so many things, beautiful. There's so many things they're showing me, that you were a traveler. You love to travel. That's something that like you took a personal passion for. Photography was a thing. Um, you laugh, Chaley. Seriously. They're telling me off. But yeah, photography was a thing for you as well. Like that was a personal passion. That was why you actually like to travel, like for photos and stuff like that. Um, it's interesting. Yeah, yeah. They were saying like that passion for traveling actually came from it's interesting that you obviously like have mediumship and you do that still in this life because that's one of the things that you're very, very like activated. When you did it in that life, you moved a lot of the collective, like a lot of the collective. Um, I'm not gonna say that I think that that's why they took you out because I think you lived a very long, healthy life in that timeline. But I think also by the end of that, you didn't necessarily get your due diligence, basically, right? I take pics a lot now. Yeah, yeah. Well, that I guess, timeline version of you. Like that was her thing. Like she would go and she would like get people, she would get things. Like she just loved to be able to kind of like put things together, and it was just like really enthusiastic as well, actually. Yeah, yeah. There's another layer that they're showing me as well as like as far as being a teacher as well. Like they were just showing me I'm good. The list is actually closed, my love. Yeah, the list is actually closed. Sorry. Damn, it's almost 3 o'clock already, you know, guys. I was supposed to be like heading out the space by 3 latest. I was like, right, guys, 3 o'clock latest. I've got church tomorrow. I need to sleep. And I've got like clients tomorrow. I know, Tarquin, don't worry. Try and tune in next week. We'll see. I'm gonna have to try and get out here on these YouTube streets a lot more frequently because whenever I complain to them about the time, they say to me, well, you have to come out here more often so that you can fulfill more people more often so that you have less in a backlog. And I'm like, oh God, I'm struggling with time as it is. But yeah, they're showing me another life basically where you were a teacher and you moved this one disabled child basically and like they believed in themselves. Like that was a powerful life. That child believed in themselves to really like come and make something of themselves later down the line because you saw a potential in them and you nurtured that seed and you taught them basically how to like hone in on it and nurture it for themselves as well. So that was really, really an interesting one. They were like, yeah, man, she's done like many things here. Like her files are full. Her files are full. She's definitely sort of like appreciated and like been able to benefit from life, you know? And I think some of those things, it's like a this they've kind of like put it across like it's still a lack of closure because these have been like your natural like design, right? That part, right? Seriously. The situation, um, definitely a beautiful one. A beautiful one. Because the child on that timeline, because they were like when they finished up that one, they were like, and this was one of her really, really most beneficial sort of lifetimes where the shift that she caused here has given her the benefits to be able to come into this lifetime and kind of like not necessarily to say chill, but it's interesting because they're like, yeah, you kind of got a little bit of a slow start basically in life um, because you could afford to, because the momentum that you pick up is very, very quick. So you'll be able to kind of like get on the ball. And it's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Anything else you guys want to sort of put into perspective on that question? Oh, thank you. Okay. Um, they said that the anxiety is actually what's causing a lot of the creative blockages as well, because there's still so many talents that you have yet to really discover. But because you are basically navigating through your own, I don't want to say negative self talk, because it's actually more just a physiological response to the environment around you and kind of like what you're navigating through. So your body's kind of like let you know that there's some sort of like danger. Yeah. Your body's letting you know that there's some sort of danger. And when I say danger, I mean like danger could be, oh, this is something that you don't want to do. The universe is conspiring to get you to do it. Stop, type thing, right? So danger could be anything. It's not just like actual like physical danger. Danger reads differently, I guess, universally speaking. So that part. But yes. Sorry, Parole. We are finished up for the night, my love. Yeah, yeah. It's been a long night. Or something simply a coincidence. I can't read my ex-husband's motives for acting unreasonable or ignorant to his son and myself. Trust me, beautiful, you can. You choose not to see it because it hurts too much, actually. Um, yeah, you can. You choose not to see it. But we'll unpack it. I mean, if you want to, we can always go there too. Yes, my love. One of the things that they're saying is that anxiety, if you can work on that anxiety, they said that there's more gifts for you to even come to realize in this lifetime, because everything else was setting you up to be able to sort of come into here and do so much more with all that you already had accumulated, basically. So it's that situation. Oh no, I know. Ali isn't next on the list. I'm aware. It's just clarifying the question. I know, y'all. Parole, you'll have to tune in next week. Okay. Hopefully you get a place on the list. I can't guarantee anything. But you can come and hang out in the room. That's okay. I will star that, okay, for you, my love. Don't worry. I'll star it for you and we'll be able to come back in there because we've been going for a minute. Okay. Let's go and okay. What are we doing? Chaley's next on the list. I think I did start the actual new list. No? Did I not? Oh, I did. Yep. Now we have Chaley, and then because obviously we allowed Katie to go before. I hope that that was useful for you, Katie. They said basically, right, if you can work on some of the anxiety, like with the anxiety thing, they're like, it's more so an overthinking thing. That's really where it's stemming from. The overthinking is basically, so this is what happens with the cycle. You start to overthink, and then that's what brings in your anxiety in terms of how your anxiety works specifically for your physiology. Once you go into the overthinking and then the anxiety gets kind of locked in, you then start to continue to validate the anxiety with more overthinking. So you kind of have to find the right balance with that dynamic, really, is what you want to do. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. The anxiety, right? When you kind of like find yourself navigating through some of that, anxiety is trying to tell you something. So basically, these aren't necessarily, I'm not going to say these aren't your fears because they are, but it's your human self's fears. and they need to be acknowledged, right? Because the human self is basically screaming out saying, help me, I don't know how to help me. Basically. So when you're sort of like in those instances of the situation, you kind of need to, I guess, figure out how to be able to allow for anxiety to see the trajectory a little bit in terms of where you're going. So yeah, that's what I'd say with the situation. When you're navigating through stuff, maybe take it one step at a time so that you can understand potentially what's going to be playing out with the situation, right? And why. Okay. Because then the anxiety will be able to kind of start to rationalize itself. Basically, a lot of the times anxiety is triggered by irrational fears that starts to trigger off sort of like overthinking, and then it gets on a loop. Feel me? So when you start the cycle of the overthinking, try and see where you can intercept that channel of the irrational fears by observing, you know, well, does that really make sense? You know, because the more you feed it, the more it kind of continues to grow. And then outside of that, the more you continue to believe it when it starts to say things. Do you see what I'm saying? So sometimes it will just start to speak out of turn because it feels like it can now because it has a voice. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, girl, you're good. The guidance for you on everything is to reconsider, right? What do we reconsider? Ooh, reconsider how you listen to your intuition. Okay? Reconsider how you listen to your intuition. It's not always a yes. It's definitely not a yes in a lot of instances. So you're going to have to just decide where you're going to take action on certain things, but figure out how to compromise and where to ask for the right help in situations. Okay. But yes, y'all, I hope that that was useful for you. Okay, let's go ahead and get Shaylee in the room. Right, because I think she's in the background. Let's get it on the stream. There we go. Hey, my love.
Hi, this is pissing me off. My freaking oh my god, you piece of shit.
What happened?
Oh, just like okay, there, I'm good. Something was loading and it was like not, it wasn't going away, so it was like what the that? It was Teams.
Yeah,
This was a work computer that I just kept. So thanks.
that part.
I wiped it clean and then yeah, my
That
fucked
part,
up.
beautiful. There you
Yeah.
go.
See my couch cushion covers I made?
Oh, that's cute. Love. Love,
Yeah.
love, love. Love that. I like the color as well. The color's nice. Nice
Yeah, I
and
like
rich.
red. My living room is messy, but because I'm cleaning my rug, but see I got red here too.
Oh,
So
girl. Listen, I have not been too domesticated, so don't worry.
oh, I'm like way more domesticated than anybody would probably even guess. Surprisingly, when I have a boy, when
I'm
I'm dating someone and we're
struggling.
living together, like I'll cook for them at least probably like 1 to 2 times a day, and I do all the housework. I do all of everything. I like, yeah,
I can't.
I
I mean,
take care of
I
them.
can. So I get you. It's just not one of my fortes.
That's something I enjoy. But that's I have a Virgo moon and a Virgo rising, so
Well, see, that's the thing. It's one of my love languages, but I never like to be under obligation to do anything. I'm pretty stubborn like that.
what
So
is one of
then
your
it
love
becomes a
languages?
thing.
Acts of service.
Um, yeah. Well, cooking is one of the things that I utilize as like, oh, I like to feed you. That's an act of service. You hungry? Okay, let me make you something nice. Oh, I'm gonna make it extra special. I'm gonna put a lots and lots of love into it. But as of late, the timing is not giving.
That's
Definitely
okay.
not giving. That's why I said I haven't been too domesticated. So don't worry about like any mess, girl. I can't say nothing to nobody.
I was changing diapers at 8 years old. I started domesticated.
Oh,
Mm.
dude, That's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What are we doing tonight as well, beautiful? Sorry, I was actually looking at my other stuff going on in the background. But what are we doing this morning?
Just
We're
a
like 3 a.m. in.
I know. Just adjust whatever they want me to hear, please.
Oh, are we doing a general?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Mm.
please. Yeah, me and Danielle are pretty much, I'm pretty sure that's finito.
Yeah. Was that like Scorpio
I
full moon
finally,
kind of
he's
clear that
being a
out?
jerk. And we had, he told me I don't do it for him anymore. Or I don't
Mm-hmm.
do it for him or whatever. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah.
ever. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck you, you're dumb then. Because, bitches, no, I won't say that. I was like, yeah, anyways.
I'm good with you, girl.
And he kept being rude. He still owes me the money. I messaged him yesterday about something and he's just being a dick.
Yeah.
So, and then he's being a dick more. And so I finally went off on him. And when I go off on people, it's not good. I can be very not nice with my words.
Hey, beautiful.
I'll just tell you what I told him really quick. We can get some little drama in here to spice things up.
Oh, yes, yo. Look, we get live tea.
This is what I said to him. I was like, yeah, okay, you're a mean person. Don't worry, I'm out of your hair. And I was like, and honestly, if you want to talk about disrespect, then look at yourself. I'm so glad that you're used to me before telling me that I'm not good enough and then throwing me out. All I did was try to be a good friend, blah, blah, blah. And then I was like, and you're so conceited that you think I'm trying to get you back? That's funny. All you did was treat me like shit and fuck with my head. I don't want it. You're a player and fake, and I still loved you, even when I knew exactly what it was. Grow up and try not to be a horrible person. I have a way of being mean, but also being really nice at the same time.
Passive aggressive.
And knowing what spots, to hit. And calling him fake, that was probably the one that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because then it kind of leaves a lot of abstract thought in the psyche.
He's a Capricorn. Being called fake is yeah, but he is fake. And he's dumb.
Misleading signals.
He should have kept me around a little while longer. I was not bored with him. I'm just fronting, but I was not done playing with him. I do that. That is true, though. Actually, I knew nothing long term was going to come out of it. But fuck, why you got to end it so quickly, you dumbass? I don't even expect anything of you. You're dumb as fuck. You have a hot ass whatever that seriously. I mean, he comes over. We have sex 5 times.
Yeah,
I got him off 5 times in one night. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's dumb. I asked nothing of him pretty much.
Yeah.
I was like, if you've seen other people, just don't tell me about it. I don't want to know.
Yeah.
But he's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb.
Oh.
I don't care. I don't want to talk about him. Sorry. Okay.
Oh no, you're good. You're good, beautiful. For the most part.
I am in love with him, so
yeah.
I'm just parenting. But he is dumb. Yeah. That's not fun.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
This moon has me really feisty.
Oh, me too, mama. Me too. I'm coming down to okay, and breathe. Because I'm all in the throat at the minute. Very tight in the throat. Everything else is flowing really nicely. The throat's really tight. It feels like
I might actually leave my confinements and go out tonight. If I do, I'll just have to not talk to people. If people come up to me to talk to this, talk to the hand. Don't talk to me. You're gonna get punched in your face.
Oh, I was thinking, when are you guys gonna say something on this, guys? Sorry, I was asking them okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing, y'all? Interesting. Okay. That's nice. Okay. Oh.
Started working again, so that's good though.
Yeah?
Finally got that fixed, yeah. Thank God.
Oh, that's what's up, beautiful. How long was it out for?
I didn't work for over 2 weeks.
Okay, that's not bad. That was like
Yes, it is. It's horrible.
no,
This is
I
why they were
know,
telling me to save my money. Whatever, I don't care.
I know, but that was a quick turnaround as far as like the release of that during the Scorpio full moon and then Taurus new moons here. When did you sort of start again?
Yesterday. Finally got it fixed yesterday. I was having tech issues and because we switched to a new VPN.
Yeah.
And so, but it's ridiculous that it took them that long to fix. Like I was talking to my supervisor or my temporary supervisor about that yesterday too.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, it took way too long. And I was like, yeah, I know. Because they're all dumb. They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
I had Googled how to fix it and I was about to fix it myself.
Yeah.
But I mean, I took advantage of having the time off and I know what it was for. Spirit wanted me
Yeah.
to have some time to do some more shadow work, which I did a lot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I know what that's like.
It.
Yeah. Triggers left, right, and center. That's what I'm saying. Like, because I know that the Scorpio full moon usually comes like so intensely and you guys going to have to release. So I just, I set the intention to have some happy tears.
You know what? And I will never doubt the universe. The universe always takes care of me. Like always. No, without a doubt. Like
yeah.
I got I guess I probably shouldn't say too much about it because I could sign documents. But I got something in the mail last year about suing something that I was involved in.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, of course I'm going to. Why would I say no? So and so I've been waiting forever to get that settlement back, and I got the settlement back, and it's double what they thought. So I'll be getting that to pay the rent next month.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
that's what's up. Love that.
So if I want to spend money on Shine and be responsible with my money, God damn it, I will, and I do.
That part. Okay. Interestingly enough, right? They're saying the sorry. Sorry, I'm like receiving it. Okay. So they're saying that you're actually sort of planning and preparing for a lot of the emotional overwhelm that you've got ahead. For the most part, it's like
they never stop. Fuck.
Okay, no, yeah. They said that they see, girl. We got the three of yeah.
I can feel it. Yeah,
and I think that's what they're saying. Like you can sense the emotional overwhelm. I guess that's ahead. But you're actually sort of like preparing. There's a little bit of foresight with the situation because you are expanding in this cycle, they're saying. In this cycle, you're actually expanding. So don't be deterred, right? Sorry, I'm laughing because they're like, don't be deterred.
How much emotional, what the fuck more they want to give me? I will get deterred if I goddamn well want to.
Well, this is what they actually sort of like said about the situation. Obviously, there are some things, my ear's burning. They're like, there's still things that we're ironing out. There's still some stuff that we obviously need to make sure in terms of everybody else that's on the assignment task. But this time, it's so interesting. It's interesting sort of like hearing this time it will actually be beneficial for yourself. Give it a 3-month sort of time span for a little bit of a turnaround. What's sort of taking place right now is just what it is right now because it's moving through, they're saying. Even on the other side of this as well, like all this stuff that's going to be sort of going on over the course of the next few months, they're saying that that's also just a preparation in essence, right? They're saying that that's a preparation, like emotionally that's going to prepare you. So that does mean, interesting, because I'm seeing they're like hitting different pressure points basically on the body. So definitely some triggers are likely. Okay.
I do triggers.
Yeah, I see them sort of like hitting on different pressure points. So they're activating and also purging through the body as well, just to make sure where there's any areas of resistance, those things can sort of be moved through fairly quickly. So they're like, yeah, the optimization process should be complete sort of like within the next sort of 3 months or so. 3 months, 11 days, they're saying. 3 months, 11 days. The optimizing process should be sort of completed there. And then it's a case of new life. And they're sort of like showing me, interestingly enough, they're like, oh, new life in on the other side, where it's almost like those who are assigned, it's like they then can see. I don't know how to put it because they're showing me. It's like when you take a car in for like its MOT or body work and all that kind of stuff. It's like that's the same sort of like reference they're giving me. They're showing me like, yeah, it's like everybody can see your new vehicle, basically. Everyone can see your new vehicle. And it's almost like that journey at that part, because that's like a chapter 2 they're showing me, right? Chapter 2 of like what's kind of like taking place now. That journey kind of is a lot more secure, but I think that they're saying that they're obviously making sure, because they said, well, we know our human, she doesn't like to be bored, so we have to make sure that there's enough variables, much variables.
Yeah, oh my god, that's great. I love that. And that's true, I guess. Yeah. So I really can't bitch and complain about like how much I deal with, because I mean, I guess if I didn't, I'd probably just be like, I'm done. What the fuck's going on? And nothing is what? There's no drama. There's no what the fuck.
Can I just say as well, I think that that's one of the things that your guides like they think about when they're thinking about things, man. Because even when I was like, they were like, yeah, well, sometimes we want to be able to present, but then no. She doesn't like to be bored.
I don't like to be bored. That's true.
So it's interesting. Oh no. No, but they said this one you'll like. They said
I
this
don't think
one you
Daniel's
like.
completely out of my life either, as far as you with everything you just said. So there's that
Yeah.
too. But
Do you think it's going to take, do you think the next 3 months is going to be sort of like the pendulum back and forth? Because I know that there's been a little bit of like a kind of going but not really going type thing and not being clear.
I don't know. Like I think I can read him, and I think I'm pretty good at reading situations. But then I get like scared because like I don't want to be cocky. So I don't know. But I'm just working on. This is one of my tests that with him that I know. I'm just working on letting go and trying not to be obsessive, because with my Scorpio stellium and my chart ruler in my 8th house, yes, I definitely have obsessive tendencies. And so I'm just trying to just let it go.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think obviously like everything that you're sort of going through the process of now, there's a lot of beauty on the other side of it, because it seems like they're actually preparing for something by the sounds of it. And it's like the preparation right now. I'm laughing because I'm like, I think that they're putting in this much work trying to like take this much time to prep, because they're probably a little bit like shooketh. Okay. They're like, oh, we've got to make sure that we get it right type thing, So they're just being very particular because they know that they have to find the right components. Huh?
Get what right? My optimization.
You're optimized. So they said the optimization process is 3 months and 11 days away. That's what they said. They were like 3 months and 11 days. Because I guess they're sort of like getting onto the other side of all of this stuff right here and now as well, actually. And everything that you're going through as well, like right now, it's when I speak on the optimizing on the other side, it's more sort of like purpose, BTW. I think that they're bringing all of the as they're hitting the pressure points, so so this is what they're showing to me. So as they were hitting the pressure points, they were also hitting the purpose points, right? Because those pressure points are being hit intentionally to induce the purpose to come into manifestation, if you will. So those things are basically, as they're going through doing all of that, and you're navigating through all of the waves basically of all of these pressure points and the emotions and hormones that comes along with them, you then kind of like get to a place where you've optimized enough, your body's experienced enough pressure, and then it's like like now all of that is kind of like in a rested state. I don't know how to explain it. It's like they do that. It's like playing the violin, if you will, right, for a while, and then you get to the end of it, and it's like, yeah, yeah. They're showing like by the time you get to the end, because when I said 3 months initially, and I was trying to like look for the space in the timeline, they were like, no, completely 3 months and 11 days, because those 11 days are crucial as well in terms of the optimizing process. Those additional like 11 days is the difference between people being able to see it versus people not being able to see it yet, because it's not on the external shell just yet. It's still kind of like some of the other internal layers that had already gone through the optimizing, right? And then after, when everybody else can kind of like see it, the next layer of purpose actually really starts to manifest itself. And I think that's where sorry, I'm getting tingles. I'm like, I think they're excited, but they're like, yeah. And, I guess we'll kind of like see and find out, because that's another thing as well. She likes surprises. Not really, but kind of.
Not really, but kind of. I mean,
That's what they said. That's what they said. That's what they said. You don't like surprises per se, like you wouldn't like for somebody to surprise you. But if there's something that you're surprised by, you're surprisingly okay to kind of like receive it, I guess.
I do good with what's thrown at me because I get surprises all the time. They don't know what are they talking about.
No,
if a person surprised me, I would be happy, depending on who it was, I guess.
No. Path is what's going to be surprising you, actually.
The path?
Yeah.
That makes sense. I feel that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody told me the other day, like, they were like, in a reading, they were like, you kind of know, like, they were like, you kind of know that there's something for you that you're destined for, whatever. And you kind of know, it's kind of big. And they were like, and you're just kind of waiting. You don't know what it is, but you're just kind of waiting. And I was just like, yeah, kind of.
Yeah. And I think it's so funny because it's like, they're excited, but it's like, okay, so I think why there's a waiting process with it is because there's so many layers to the manifesting of this as well.
I've been manifesting my whole life probably for whatever it is.
Definitely. They said they have to be very, very particular as well, because you tell them like you're very demanding. They said that like she'll tell us, she'll let us know, so they're like really wanting to make a good impression.
I love them dearly, even when I'm demanding.
No, they love you too, girl. They love you too. I think that this pushes them by the looks of it, because they seem like they're excited to be able to kind of grow as well, like being under the pressure of the demand as well. So,
oh, you asking me? Oh, never mind. I already know the answer to that. Just kidding.
What one?
Thanks. I don't want to talk about it, I guess. I already know the answer to it anyways. My medical stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of already know the answer, I think.
Okay. You working on it? Have you guys been
taken care of?
Yeah.
For the most part.
Yeah.
And I was kind of scared of it coming back, but I don't think it will. I think I'm going to get rid of it because I can do that.
Yeah.
We can get rid of things like that.
No, definitely. It's on the list of things, I guess, that they're sort of like working through. It's definitely on the list of things that they're working through. Even with that process as well, I think that the process of that has started. It's just again like manifesting, taking its time.
I had a moment with that actually, like last week. I was like all emotional for some reason, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, asked if the person that cursed me, I was like,
Yeah,
asked if they'd ever received love.
yeah,
It makes me really emotional for some reason. And they
yeah,
told me no, that this person hadn't, or what being or whatever it was. And so then
yeah,
I just like I forgave it, and I just wished all my love to that
yeah,
entity or whatever. So
yeah.
it's so sad to never feel love.
Definitely, definitely. So you see, the journey is already sort of like working itself out on that one. I think it's just a case of timing. So you're right there. You already know the answer there. It's already sort of moving through the space. But there's some stuff. There's some stuff. They're excited, Shaylee. They're excited. They seem to be like doing the most at the minute. Like it's like they want to impress you, which is nice.
They always impress me, and I'm thankful for them. They freaking protect the shit out of me.
That part, right?
Hmm.
Definitely necessary. 100%. Oh,
I know they go into overtime protecting me at times, so I'm very thankful to them.
yeah.
Or
Did
they
you
give me
guys?
hugs when I'm really, really sad and ask for a hug. They'll give me a hug.
Oh. Oh yeah. No, I love a good angel cuddle, actually.
Yeah. Oh,
Nice.
Raphael and Michael and Gabriel have been making themselves a lot more present to me, so that's interesting as
Oh,
well.
that's
I know I've
nice.
always worked with them. I just kind of
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they've been in certain synchronicities and stuff. They've really been like pointing out their presence
Certain
to me. So,
yeah. That's what's up. Oh, we love that. Look at that.
hmm
Listen. Okay. Hmm.
Oh no, is it good or bad?
It's not bad. It's not bad. I think I'm laughing. I think I'm laughing because I like the dynamic between you guys, right? Because it's kind of like
Oh, with my spirit guides.
yeah, they're like so okay, when I asked what was the guidance for Cheney, they were like, please can you tell her don't look for a sign to not like think that we're not providing opportunities for her because there's like not really a peaceful resolution in some of these situations. So we can't really put her in those situations, unfortunately. But she's got her free will. She's got her free will. So that's interesting.
Oh
That's
shit.
interesting.
Okay, that sucks.
No, no, no. It's not bad. They're just saying like there's always going to be opportunities. I think that that's what they're saying. You
No,
know,
about a peaceful resolution. I like peaceful resolutions, but that's fine. I know what that. I know. Yeah. Anyways, I just got a message. It's fine. I just got a message for that. Anyways,
I know, I know, I know. I think I chuckled as well because they're like, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine." Oh, they were proper like trying to sort of like reassure, which is funny. Oh, bless you guys. You guys are so cute. They said, "Wait, okay, communicate clearly." There's probably some worry that's gonna come with that, as long as the communication's like, abrupt, basically.
am I gonna be
Um,
traveling?
are you going to be traveling? Let's have a look. Oh, delays on that. Delays on that. That's probably towards, I want to say, just September times, potentially. September time. They're showing me that there's some delays on that, potentially to do with like actually, firstly, like deciding definitively on the location because I think the location's changing. Have you
They
had
wanted me to move for so long. They'll do anything to get me to move. They really want me to move. I know this. I'm
the
aware.
location thing? Yeah, yeah. They're saying that's really ultimately what's causing a little bit of a delay with that one. But I think I think September seems like the most optimized timeline for that because of some of the indecisions that are kind of like occurring with the situation, basically. Yeah. Unresolved variables, basically, they're sort of saying.
It makes
Okay.
sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'd even want to travel, but I feel like I've always felt like I'm meant to travel for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the thing about it is, and I think why it's September as well, is because I think the moment when the breakthrough of it all actually happens is it's a spontaneous moment, basically. You kind of like just pick yourself up and decide that it's happening that day.
That's how I do best.
Basically. So that's really quite interesting, but it looks okay. It looks okay, Cheney. I think that there's still some stuff, I guess. Like they're really working through some recovery period stuff, basically. Because they're about to like put you on, girl. You're about to get put on. Okay. Like all of that, they're like tapping in purpose. They're like tapping in purpose. That was so beautiful. Like, because when I was like seeing them do on the pressure points, I was thinking, okay, like they were showing me once they hit, and then okay, that's going to take some time to be able to come into sort of like okay, the ground, but then and then purpose. And I was like, okay, that's what's up. I love that. I love that. But no, that was good, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You're the bestest.
Oh, they're always so cute. And
They're
always so
fun.
enthusiastic.
Yeah, well, that's one thing. Yeah, that's probably one thing they tell me was like, it's hard to explain, but like, I'm like one of the most like
Yeah.
negative, and so many like people have described it as like the most negative and positive person at the same time. They're like, how the fuck? And I'm like, I'm not. I'm real, motherfuckers. But yeah, people have described me in that manner, and it's. I mean,
Yeah.
it's true. I can be like in the like my house is burning down and everything around me, and I'll be like, oh,
Yeah.
well, what's I don't know. Just anyways, it's hard to explain.
No, and I get that because I think when my house when I had the house fire, I think within a week we were sort of making jokes about like people rushing home when we saw people like in traffic and they were like just speeding. Like, oh my God, they must have a house fire.
That's one of the biggest gifts you can give yourself, though, is like
That
when
part.
traumatic things like happen in our lives is
That part.
to process it, deal with it, and then
Definitely.
not like sit in it, because if you sit in it and you let it
Yeah.
affect your whole life forever, then it's like you gotta let it go.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just you can't change it. We can't change things that have already happened.
Right. And it's so dense. It becomes so dense after a while as well. Like you want to lighten it a little bit. Like,
Yeah,
oh.
I mean, you can't change things that have happened, but you can change. Like you have control over how you deal with it and how you let it affect your life, and for how long and whatnot.
Definitely that part, 100%, 100%. That was really funny to me, though. I
Like me
thought
keeping my
that
damn
it
heart
was,
open.
huh?
I don't want to. Like
Yeah.
me keeping my heart open. I don't want to anymore.
Oh,
But I
beautiful.
do,
No,
because I'm not gonna let the people that hurt me to have that. They don't get that. They're not allowed. No, they can't. Can't
no,
have
and I
it. They
get
can't
you
have
on
it.
that. I get you on that. I feel like the Scorpio full moon, like, really sort of like defined definitively, okay, like you sting, I can sting too. Like, no shit. You've got that? Oh, I've got that trait too. Which is really, really quite interesting. So
It's
now
so
we're
crazy
going
whenever I'm
to,
with you. I just like felt like I just like it just like hit me when you're talking about the Scorpio, which is probably why you've talked about it so much. But it just hit me like when you talked about it that time. It just hit me how many downloads I've actually got since we had that eclipse. Like holy shit! Okay, no wonder I wasn't working. Okay.
they're like, you don't have the capacity for both.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of makes starting makes okay.
They're
Makes
like,
sense. Yeah. Yeah.
damn.
Okay. Hmm.
It was a big one. It was, I
I've
feel
had.
like I'm still, how are
Yeah.
you sort of dealing now?
I'm good.
Yeah. Because I feel like
Hmm.
the Taurus new moon's like, okay.
Mm. No. Oh, the Taurus. Oh, I bet it's conjunct my Chiron. It's probably conjuncting
Interesting.
my Chiron. It's hitting my Chiron. So that's what all these
Ah,
emotions are to do with. Okay.
Interesting. Interesting. Bringing the stabilizing in. That's good
Yeah, my
though.
Chiron opposes my Mars and my Saturn.
Okay. Ah. Ah. Interesting.
Yeah, something like that. My life is something like that. Something like that. Yeah, it's one way to describe it.
Oh, dude. You know, like how you just spoke about like the you know, being real, like being shady, like some parts of the situation positive, some parts of the situation negative. What you just said there about the like alignment with your Chiron and I think it's your Mars and your Saturn. I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, shit, I get you. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I fully get it.
I need to
Oh,
learn more
that's
astrology. That's
interesting.
been something you brought up. I'm gonna do that because I don't really get what that means exactly, but I don't know. I just know it's an opposition, which
No,
is not easy.
definitely, it's not. It's not because okay. So why I said that is because obviously, like the conjunction, it's like I'd say. So obviously, like it's like conjoined twins. Basically, when it's conjoined, it's kind of like it's right next to each other, so close, like it's kissing, right? So
Yeah.
that means like Chiron's there, and then Saturn's there as well, which makes it like this is your karma. You must navigate. You must become strong. You,
No,
do you know what I mean?
Mars and Saturn are conjunct, but those two are opposing my Chiron.
Okay, okay, interesting.
They oppose my Chiron. My
Ah,
Chiron's in Taurus, and then my Mars and my Saturn and my Pluto are in Scorpio.
oh, that's why the Scorpio full moon was that intense. Oh shit, girl, that's why they gave you the whole 2 weeks off.
Yeah, plus my chart ruler's in my eighth house as well.
Oh,
So yeah, the Scorpio full moon, like, yeah, I know it. I'm surprised it wasn't like because it wasn't really though that like I mean, it
yeah,
could be way worse for especially for an eclipse, which it still can. I understand that. I get that. Like
yeah,
it can
yeah,
it
yeah,
has effects for up to 6 months
yeah,
afterwards or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
But so far I think I've worked through it pretty well. I mean
yeah,
which I kind of talked to you about a little before was that I feel like I wasn't that nervous about it because I feel like I've already really done the work
yeah,
to get like most of what I need to have dealt with my shadow work and whatnot. I feel like I've already pretty much
yeah,
worked through all of that. So this what
yeah,
has come up has just been very minor and not very um it's been yeah, it's just been
like,
but I just realized here like I have been getting it. I've gotten a shit ton of downloads.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's been a pretty good one. If you've got all those planets in your Scorpio as well, that means that you literally just had that upgrade as well, especially within the, oh, beautiful. That's amazing. What was it? Your Pluto. So there was a subconscious upgrade, which means crown chakra activation. Okay, what
I
else
felt
did we have?
that. That's what that was. Yeah,
Oh,
I felt that.
that's amazing. Love that. What else? It was the Pluto.
Saturn, it was with Saturn, my Saturn's at 15 degrees and the eclipse was at 14 degrees. So it was right on my Saturn.
Oh,
And then Mars is a little further
interesting.
off the conjunction with the orb, but this it was directly right on my Saturn.
Yeah, interesting.
But and then
There's,
I'm also dealing with though. So right now Saturn is conjuncting my Venus,
mm,
and it's going to be conjuncting my Lilith, my
mm-hmm.
Sun, my descendant, and opposing my Moon and my rising, and then squaring my nodes and my Uranus.
Oh,
It's gonna be a fun couple
lovely.
of years.
L- a challenging couple of years, definitely. Definitely a challenging couple of years. I think the Saturn retrograde starts on the 17th of June, if I'm not mistaken, as well, actually on
Oh, I didn't
Father's
know
Day.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. The Saturn retrograde starts on the 17th of June. Pre-prep, girl. Pre-prep.
Yeah,
Okay.
shit, dude. Because how much Pisces do you have in your chart? Just your sun?
Yeah.
And you're an
Yeah.
early degree Pisces, so right now it's conjuncting your sun.
Yeah. It is. And I think
Difficult.
when the Saturn retrograde starts, I think it's actually retrograding in Pisces, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah. No, it's in
Yeah.
Pisces until 2025, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I was like checking.
It's
Oh,
okay.
sorry, girl.
But yeah, I think you're conjuncting with your
Sorry.
sun, which it's yeah, so it's
Just going to
difficult.
plug my phone.
Not easy.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, beautiful. What'd you say?
No, it's okay. I was just saying, I'm pretty sure for you, it's conjuncting your sun right now. Oh yeah, because your sun sits directly on my Venus.
Oh.
My Venus is 3 degrees, and I don't remember what your sun is, but you're very, very early degree Pisces.
I am.
So yeah, your sun is conjuncting it's like sitting right on top of my Venus.
Yeah. I'm literally new. I don't want to say new blood or new meat or whatever, but I am starting new cycles basically in this lineage that I'm on. So I get the sort of like being so early, I guess, in Pisces as well to be able to grow. How are you guys doing in the chat, guys? Who do we have? Oh, sorry, the list is up. I was like, who do we have next on the list?
I know my
'Cause
emojis looks like so weird on this end.
I like the little fairies. Ariona and Ali are both saying that they've got a buzzing headache. Sorry, guys.
I see.
It's probably the
I did not do modeling. No. Why?
Mm,
Oh, thank you. Thanks, you guys.
right? Oh, girl, bringing the
You're
cute,
gorgeous too, Ariana.
right?
You're very gorgeous. Thank you, honey.
Oh, how do you ladies feel? Do you guys want to come on for a chat? Sorry. So far, you've been like the one person that's been able to sort of like come on for a chat, tune into the space, and actually like vibe. You know what I mean? And I want to be able to kind of like have a whole experience.
That's one thing I've been blessed with. I really like I could stand in front of a whole auditorium of people and talk, and I don't get like shy or anything.
Love that.
Okay, well, I'll get off so that Ariana can go.
Oh, someday I'll come up. She's about to
All
bring.
right. Have a good week,
you.
everyone. Thank you. You're amazing. I love you.
I love you too,
I'll be
girl.
back in the chat.
And I love the cute tonight as well. If I didn't say, love the lashes, girl.
Thank you. They're real.
Oh,
they're real. They're not fake.
Look at you.
Yeah. I thought about doing hula hooping with fire, but I was like, fuck that. My lashes, bitch, I pay a lot of money for this. I'm not even risking them getting burned. Hell no.
That part.
All right, I'll see you back in the chat.
All right, my love.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Oh, snap. That's okay, Ali. That's okay, girl. I'd be the same place too. What's your question as well, Ariana? Oh. Oh. Y'all are my people. Oh, girl. He's actually 6'2" and a bit. Is that okay? Is that okay? He's 6'2" and 3/4. I'm being serious. Being serious. And I'm asking you, like, okay. He's there. I think the thing is, he's a player right now. So you guys are not going to necessarily meet right now because you don't want the same things right now. But he's 6'2" and 3/4. When do you plan to get married? Let me ask you that question. You are a girl. Oh, he does. He does. I think what he likes about you is your confidence. How old are you now? If you don't mind me asking, Obi. Okay. I'm going to tell you something beautiful. I know you do. But that may more likely be 23, 24-ish, to be honest. I know you do want to get married young, but it may be more like 23, 24-ish. Because basically, the dynamic is finding the right candidate who also has the same. Sorry, I didn't even actually put your question up. Let me put your question up firstly. This is Ariana's question, everybody. Right? And here we are with where we are with everything. Okay, that's cool. So it's around about 23, 24. 23 is when like the actual like, so, oh, interesting then. Ali, you and me both, girl. Me too. I liked 19-year-old Shakima. She was cool. She had all the fun. But yes, I like super tall guys, but 6'2" is so fine. Yeah. I said he's 6'2" and 3/4. Let's not rob him of his 3/4 now, because he's like super like proud of his extra 3/4. He's extra proud of his 3/4. It's actually something that you guys have a running joke about. Whenever anyone says like, yeah, 6'2", he's always like, yeah, and 3/4. So it's a thing. But interestingly enough, there's a whole process with this, actually. Girl, I know what you meant. I skimmed past it because obviously, you know, we on the line and on that line, but I know I'd settle for 4'8" now, girl. You can't settle for 4'8". That's smaller than me. I'm 4'9". Trust me, that's not a lot of people. That's a small person. Okay. But no, I did get what you mean, Ariana, and I genuinely trust me, I'm tiny. I stopped growing at 12. Okay, I was just like, well, I think I like this height. I don't think I want to do anything more up there. There's nothing up there for me. Basically. But no. Yeah. He does come in. I'm trying to see, like, there's a little bit of distortion. I don't know if he comes in during your 20th cycle or your 21st, if I'm honest. The wedding starts to get planned in the 23rd. So there may be the engaging in the 23rd year and the actual marriage in the 24th year. So yeah. Yeah. But you'll be all right. I think with him as well, he's quite confident, very much like he carries himself like, and this is the thing as well. It's so funny. You like the men that other girls like as well. Okay. And you like the fact that you have him whilst other girls like him as well. He loves all that kind of ish, basically. He loves it because he likes to be a bit of a trophy hubby, basically. He has no problems with that. He loves to be a bit of a trophy hubby. And he just kind of like moves through the process like that. He's like, I know you do, girl. I know you do. It's something that you guys actually share in common. Like, so when they're in that space where they're kind of like eyeing him, it's one of those things where you like to watch his response and stuff. It's something that you guys actually it's nice actually. He really like helps you to be able to build your trust because as much as he looks a certain type of way, he's nice as well. Like actually nice. Yeah. Yeah. And he's a good sort of like people's person as well. I think that he gets on with your family. I think that that's one of the things as well, like your family. Likes him. I say your immediate family, sort of like mom, likes him. The dynamics there is a lot like yeah, the dynamics there is a lot like everybody's comfortable with each other and they trust that he's a nice fit for you and that you guys are able to kind of like support each other. It's a really nice little situation, actually. His family loves you as well. They love you as well. I think they were a little bit cautious initially because they weren't sure how to take you. Because you say what you think. Um, but they warm up to it. Like they actually start to be a lot more communicative, I think. Interestingly enough, you come in and you bring that to his family, their ability to actually communicate their feelings. And sometimes basically what they would do is kind of like brush over their feelings as a coping mechanism type thing. But it's like you actually ask questions about the elephant in the room. And initially they're shocked because they're like, our usual thing is to leave the room or maybe like sweep the elephant underneath the rug and pretend like they're no longer there and then leave the room. So yeah, those are some of the dynamics that you guys kind of like navigate through in leading up to everything. But yeah, yeah. Don't worry, girl. Don't worry. I think for the most part, right, he knows who he's fallen in love with. And these are actually qualities that he likes about you. So nobody else has to like them. I don't think that he's fussed about it. I think funny enough, his mom used to be that way, but she just kind of she got a little bit defeated by life. And I think her voice got silenced. So she became a different version, but he liked that aspect of her personality and her character, you know? So it was important to him when he found it in you, type thing. I'm saying it in past tense, but you know what I mean? Because that's what the situation is. It's kind of like things that you guys speak about that I'm picking up on in terms of the situation. But yeah, don't worry, beautiful. It's coming. I know that we've like been having conversations for a minute about like, oh, when we're gonna get somebody like that's really, here for me and all that kind of stuff. When's the guide's gonna let me have that moment and just stop, card blocking because we've had that conversation, right? But like I said to you at the time, like I think all of these things for good reason because you never know how life pans out. You might find the one person who pretty much is like, oh, I don't want to do life without you. You guys have a really cute friendship. You guys have a really cute friendship for the most part. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What's the guidance for her then on the situation? Dear future husband, what would you guys advise? Okay. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw that, but it caught me off guard. I was like, what? Girl, look what they done said. Oh my days. Listen, I told them already, I'm going to remove this card out of the deck. I can't stand it. Every time when they tell me the perfect timing card, that means that you lot are basically just like deciding not to share with me a timeline. Sometimes I can't really discuss certain things as well, right? But yeah, it is a case of perfect timing with the situation. Like, I know that you perhaps want it to be a certain thing. But I think when you meet this person, like, life just kind of changes, and you guys actually, like, you just become so close. It's like you're inseparable pretty much the moment after you guys meet. Oh my God, my back, guys. You know, when you don't realize, I was doing the in dance class yesterday. My back is broke up. I didn't realize until I actually stretched it just like that. I was like, oh my God. Um, but no, I think with the situation, right? They're saying, yeah, you're navigating through a process where you're learning how to kind of like trust the situation of the path that you're on. Girl, you left, but I was like, whoa, what is that? But yeah, they're saying that the perfect timing situation is a factor of being able to trust the path that you're on. Everything is happening. It's just happening in a very timely way. It's happening in a very timely manner where God is kind of creating these new beginnings. God's like definitely in his Ace of Wands energy, right? Where he's like, okay, I'm creating fire. I'm creating fire, pretty much. Um, Interesting, obviously. Yeah, fire sign. Oh, that's interesting. You guys are funny. Sorry. I was just thinking as I was like doing that, he is going to be creating that next version of you when it comes to the situation. So when he's also, the chemistry has to be very, very right with you guys. And also, they have to be open. You know, it's important because you're pretty direct, basically. So God's working on it for you, beautiful. Don't worry. He's got you, girl. Okay? He's got you. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you because I feel like we kind of like got into a few different layers of it. We got timeline-ish on how the process of it is going to play out. And we've got a little bit of a story in terms of what it might look like as well for both of you guys on both parties' side. So I hope that that was useful, my love, because that I'm going to remove this card out the deck. Okay? Sorry. They love to use it, and I feel like it's such a cop out. And then they say to me, oh, we can't discuss it. You know, we can't discuss it. It's still under manifestation. It's not fully formed. You know what I mean? I'm telling you. I'm like, but yeah. Oh, good, beautiful. Now we have 4 o'clock on my days. In my mind, I just heard Usher's song. It's 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top. And then I looked over and it was like, it's 4 o'clock on the dot. In my mind, I'm like counting. Okay, so if I got to wake up at 9, that means I got 4.5 hours. Listen, my guides have literally had me on here, like not on here, but like on this pattern basically of like 4.5 to 5 hours sleep. That's literally what I've been optimizing on these, like this whole week. I'm like, dang. Hey, Ali, it's your turn, mama. Send me over your question, girl, and let's go and unpack it. That part, right? Oh, dude. I'm glad you get it, Shayla, Ariana. Yeah. Where are you gonna go tonight, Shaylee? What's the vibe? What are you feeling like? Oh, that's him. Oh my days. The day was so long today that I feel like it was another day, but I guess it's because my day is actually still going on. That part. Yay! That's so funny. That part, right? Oh, it's above. Where did you post it? Oh no, I think I started. You're right. You're right. Ali, you're right. I remember when the whole situation happened. Let's get into it, right? Oh no, I figured what you meant, Cheney. I figured what you meant. I thought it was a misspell. Oh, guys, tomorrow I'm gonna have to it's definitely church from home tomorrow on Zoom because your girl's gonna have to do some yoga to get all of these kinks out. Oh my God. You know, when you think you go to dance and you're like, oh, this is good. I'm getting it on, working out. And then you come home and you're like, oh my God, what happened to me? They broke me. They broke me while I was there, y'all. They didn't even tell me that they were breaking me. I thought I was having fun. Okay. I also wanted to ask if I had any spiritual gift or some. Oh no, you're good, girl. I've got it up on the screen for you. You're good. Got you. Okay. I also wanted to ask if I had any spiritual gift or something simply a coincidence. I can't read my ex-husband's motives for acting unreasonable and ignorant to his son and myself. Okay, I remember the comment that I made then, because they were like, no, you can read it. It just hurts too much to really accept the truth of why that is. He was pretty much just being selfish. You do have spiritual gifts, my love. I'm going to say this, right? The human actually is designed to be able to interpret spirit. So the human is, I genuinely believe that all of us, the human, good, bad, and ugly ones that we have here, the human's designed to basically process and interpret spirit. So it just depends on what senses you're actually intuitively connected to. I think what you're trying to sort of get clarity on is what senses you actually sort of have. For yourself, I think the most optimized gift for you is your claircognizance gift. That's connected to the root chakra. That's pretty much your ability to know things. You pick that up just from really understanding. So it's basically like a lie detector that the body has. Yeah, okay. And I hear you on that, Mama. I hear you. Because obviously you then naturally would just be so protective. You know what I mean? You're designed to be his protector. So I get that. But yeah, your they're saying your clairaudience senses work as well, but they haven't utilized you for it too much because sometimes you internalize and you don't really speak up yourself, which is why. So you've got the clear cognizance, the root chakra activation. That's very much in the swing. You doubt that sometimes because sometimes you question whether or not you know what you know, but that's the whole thing about clear cognizance. It's just a spiritual knowing. You just pick up on the information because it's already sort of written in the Akashic records. It is so basically, right? And we're just kind of picking up on the information for the most part because we're sort of having the linear experience of it, but it's already happened. Time has already happened, essentially. All of this stuff that we're doing now, it's already happened. We're actually just living it out. But yeah, I think the claircognizance gift is definitely one that you possess, and it's there. It's not, you're not the most comfortable with it, but it's there, right? guys, I'm literally going to come and sort of like give us a whole little space to be able to like train on all of these things, you know, for real, for real. And then you also have the clairaudience senses, right? You can also sort of like hear to some degree. So that sense is definitely sort of like activated for you, but you also struggle because you don't speak. They don't necessarily utilize you as much as well, right? Because with the clairaudience, so if you think about clairaudient, right, the throat chakra is essentially it's a projector, like a speaker, basically, and a microphone at the same time. This would be the microphone. This would be the speaker, vocal cords, right? And these make up the throat chakra. We also have a nasal chakra. They never really speak about that, but we actually have 8 spiritual senses, right? But the nasal chakra is the clairsentient ability. That sense, sometimes you can't tell what you're sensing. Sometimes you can't sense what you're sensing. Like you can't put word to what it is that you're sensing with that particular one as well, right? But they said it's also another one that you've got. So we've got the claircognizance, the clairaudient, and they said the clairsentient. The clairvoyant is blocked because you're navigating through a little bit of forgiveness process, basically. The third eye can get blocked when we struggle to forgive, because the third eye is designed basically for foresight, for forward vision. Not to say that it's designed solely for that, but it's most optimized in forward mode. If we're kind of like scattered and all over the place, then it's a lot more challenging. But yeah, dynamic with the ex is probably one of the things, not the only thing, but one of the things that could be causing a little bit of challenge. Oh, I'm going to figure out my night. I love you. Thank you for being a rock star. Have a good week. Oh, you too, beautiful. Enjoy your night, right? Like, yours has only just started. My morning is here. That part. But yeah, I think, yes, he's spiteful. So it's probably a challenge for you to be able to kind of like navigate through some of the decisions that he's made, which is probably why there's a little bit of a blockage with the third eye, basically, right? But you want to do that. You want to maybe sort of like, the forgiveness is not for him. It's not even for your son. It's for you, really. The forgiveness is going to help you to be able to move into like some of the other things that you can do with your energy. Because when we choose, unfortunately, and I have to say choose, because yes, people are very careless with us sometimes. So they leave us in certain situations where we have to decide how we're going to basically like choose to love ourselves. Depending on how you kind of like choose those situations, it may impact you. So you do have 3 chakras that are active. Your clairaudient, I don't know if you saw that in the background. Your clairaudient, your claircognizance, and you also have your clairsentient, that you kind of like, these are the ones that are now currently open that you utilize to navigate, but the others, they could be open to. Okay, they could be open to. So you can kind of like allow for your energy body to be able to start to like process all of this information. Okay, my love. But yeah, let's see. What is the guidance then for Ali as she navigates through the process of these spiritual senses? Okay. 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 That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. You can work with these senses that you have presently, and you can optimize the others as well. What I would say, they're saying the guidance for you is that there wasn't necessarily opportunities for any sort of new direction in terms of some of the situations that you've dealt with in the past, but right now you're dealing with a opportunity for a peaceful resolution. At least that means that you don't necessarily have to forgive too much moving forward, but you can work at the things that you've already sort of like had to forgive because of the decisions that you made karmically previously, and what those decisions kind of like meant for you as they unfolded, right? There isn't an inevitable abundance sort of like here in the situation that you're navigating through, especially not within the next few months. You don't have to worry about it nonetheless. You'll get more information about why things hasn't necessarily been successful for you when it comes to the whole process of this like spiritual activation of the like body, basically, like you kind of being consciously in the body, moving through the body's actual channels, you know? You're going to get more information. You're going to gather more information to understand why it wasn't before. But all you're going to do is like open your perspective. That's the best way that I can put it. You're going to shift and open your perspective to what your human's been doing all along, so that you can observe the layers of how deep your intuition goes. Okay? That part. So, on that note, I am going to love you and leave that with you. I hope that that was actually useful for you, my love, because yeah, I think you have some stuff there to work with as far as like your senses. It's just a case of like fine tuning your understanding, basically, of the senses that you're working with. So, yeah. Yeah. It's interesting though. I think with the thing with your husband, oh no, that's okay, beautiful. You're amazing, girl. Like I was just gonna say, the thing with your ex, they're saying you definitely can see certain things. That you don't need to second guess or question yourself on anything there. Everything you saw was real. Everything you sensed was real. He was just very good at fooling himself, because I don't think he was fooling you. I think you went along with what you felt like he wanted you to believe, but deep down you knew the truth. Deep down you knew the truth all along, right? And eventually things just kind of like came to pass and play out how it did. It's how they're saying that to me. But on that note, I am going to sign out for the, I was going to say evening, but technically it's like the next day now, y'all. So yeah, we are going to catch up. I was going to do some lives for you guys tomorrow, but I'm not even going to bother. Tomorrow, your girl's going to chill and get some work stuff done, because I need to, basically, I need to get some stuff done. But I will see you guys probably next Friday, because I don't think I'll have a live on anytime during the week except next Friday from what I see on my schedule. I don't think I can fit a live in anywhere else, basically. So forgive me on that. But nonetheless, we shall meet again next Friday to do this all over again. Hopefully your girl can get a lot better at actually just getting in here and getting out, because I'm only supposed to intend to come in for like an hour and a half, and generally speaking I'm here till more and more hours these days, so that part. But I love you guys, and I hope you guys have a super dope weekend, because you deserve to, that part. So yeah, I'm gonna sign off. Let me see. Oh, hey, Libra Queen. Thank you for subscribing, Mama. I'm actually heading off now. I'm sorry, my love. You literally have just came and caught me just as I was about to go. Tune in next week. Okay, I'm going to be live next Friday again. You clearly see how long I can sit out in these YouTube streets. You girl just did 6 hours. Okay. So tune in next week. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the sub. It won't be in vain. Come and join us next week. It's always a vibe over here. Okay. All love all the time. Okay. But I'm going to love you folks and leave it there for you guys. Mwah. Let's sign out until next week.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Yes, that's what's up. that part, Libra Queen. So yeah, my channels are fried, basically. I'd love to read for you, but my channels really are fried. But tune in next week. We're going to be out here in these streets, same place, maybe at the same time. I don't know. Bye, y'all. Catch you later.